people depend upon and help each other, so that man may pray together to praise the same moral principles, and together reaffirm.
Thank you, councillors. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of March 2025. Thank you, councillors. I'll redo the prayer and acknowledgement. Yes. Now you can do the prayer. Councillor D'Souza to do the acknowledgement. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, you go first. Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past and present, and to Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Councillor Hamilton with the prayer.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Do I have any apologies or leaves of absence? Full house, so no. There are no requests to attend the meeting via audio-visual link. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I please have somebody move and second the minutes from the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of February?
I have a question.
Sorry, hold on. Do I have a mover?
No, I've got a challenge on the minutes.
Okay, I saw Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari?
There were some amendments to the minutes from last month, and I already told Mr. Kelly to correct them.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, could you please bring up the amendments to the minutes? The ordinary 25th, just the amended motion. Okay, thank you. Just for the benefit of those listening in the meeting, there is a suggested omission of Councillor Asghari declaring an interest and leaving the room. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you. What I will do is I'll get Councillor Asghari to move the minutes. Do I have a seconder of the minutes? Seconded, Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Hamilton, did you have a question or a comment in relation to the minutes?
I do. I'm not sure if these are correct or not. What's wrong? Oh. So there are two examples of just a query that I have. So on page 18, actually we should start at 17. If you start at 17, notice the motion 925. There's the resolution Gordon-Luxford, then there's the division, which is fine. Over the page, the motion Wellington-Magna, and there's no result of a vote. And there was an earlier one as well. So normally we see lost or whether it's been carried.
So, sorry.
Page 18, motion Wellington-Magna. Yeah, at the end of it, there's no result.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Where?
Thank you. So just for the benefit of the meeting, I'll suggest that the required amendment is carried C resolution. Okay, thank you.
No, that's carried C resolution Gordon-Luxford.
Yes.
And Gordon-Luxford, and then there's the division.
Division was taken.
See the amendment motion?
Yes, okay.
And so then over the page, there's a motion, Wellington Magna. And I know we debated on it, but if you look at any other one, underneath, there's a result.
Sorry, just Councillor Hamilton. Just
17, notice of motion 925 on page 17.
Councillor
Yes.
Hamilton, can I just ask, just for my benefit,
Yeah.
could I just ask what amendment to the minutes you are seeking to make?
That there is a record of result to motion debated Wellington, moved Wellington, seconded Magna on page 18. And there's another one earlier. What page was it? But
It is NM9/25. No, it's not. Sorry. Yep, thank you.
yeah,
Yep, so thank you.
no, that's for Gordon Luxford.
So what I will
The
suggest,
division's
just
been taken.
to be able to progress the meeting through to the general, so councillors, what I'll suggest is that the general manager be delegated to amend the minutes after having checked the tapes. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, does that satisfy your query?
It does. Just checking, just flagging one more. It's not above. I've read them minutes plenty of times. And there's a second one. I'll find it. When I find the second one, I will mention it to the general manager. But if you follow the minutes of it as they go, normally what happens is the record of vote is recorded against the motion itself, and any division sits underneath. And if there's a second motion that was debated, it sits underneath, and the record of voting is indicated in the minutes in bold.
Thank you. So what I will suggest is that the motion moved Councillor Asghari Rosenfeld incorporate the words that the general manager be delegated to check the tapes, and that the minutes be amended to reflect the tapes from the previous meeting. Thank you. Do you accept that? Thank you. Okay.
Second, I just want to ask a question also of the Mayor, just regarding notice of motion 1125. Are you able to advise who from the Jewish community was asked to participate in Harmony Week, please?
I might ask through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was Rabbi A.C. Abrams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, can I now ask that the minutes be accepted, subject to that delegation? Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Do I need to do the ones? Thank you. Councillors, do we have any declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest in relation to items? I've seen a hand up from, I'll go around the horseshoe, from Councillor Hamilton.
I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in items CS 725, the speaker is known to me, and notice of motion 26.
Councillor Hamilton will be declaring a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest and will be participating in the debate. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
I would like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in the CC 625 Community Investment Program. One of the people who are recommending it to the CFR is known to me quite well, so I will vote.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest in. I would like to declare a pecuniary interest in
Thank you. Just Councillor Hay, can I please confirm that in relation to Councillor Veach's motion, this is for aged care workers NM 24/25. So you've declared a pecuniary interest. Can I confirm that you are in leaving the room?
Yes, and they're here, so I'll be leaving the room and not voting in and not participating.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gordon.
I would like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest for item CP6/25 Coogee Bay Hotel DA, as I am a panel member on the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel determining this matter. I will not be voting.
Thank you. Are there any further? Councillor Rosenfeld?
Yes, CS7/25. I know the speaker, Will Peters, non-significant, non-pecuniary, will speak, will vote on the matter at least.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Yes, for me, the same CS7/25, non-significant, non-pecuniary. I know the speaker, Mr. Peters, only as a result of the many people that I've contacted in relation to my concerns re e-bikes. And I will be voting on that issue. And NM 26/25, I declare also non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I know the speaker, Mr. Summers, as one of the many swimmers at Coogee Beach. And I'll be voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there Councillor Asghari, do you have any declarations? Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
The motion CP6 of 25 regarding the Coogee Bay Hotel, I would like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest. I submitted a submission on this development before I was a councillor. I will not be voting on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Sid?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, CP6/25, I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary. I was on the panel. I'm a delegate on the Sydney Eastern panel. And in case I'm not actually on this one at the moment, but in case I need to fill the spot, I will be leaving the room. And also, NM 24/25, non-pecuniary, non-significant. I actually work in aged care, but not residential, so I will vote on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Boost?
The speaker, CS7/25, William Peters is known to me, non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I will be voting on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Magna?
I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in CP6/25 Coogee Bay Road, Coogee Bay Hotel as a member of the planning panel, and I won't be participating in that matter.
Thank you. Are there any further Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, look, I just realised that CP6/25, I was on the Sydney Eastern Planning Panel during the preceding terms and voted on the matter of the Coogee Bay Hotel. I am an alternate, so if anything was to happen, I will have to step out of the room for this one as well.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Appears that I'll be the only person sitting in this particular matter. All right. Thank you, councillors. If at any point during the debate you feel the need to make a declaration of interest, please feel free. We now move to the public component of the meeting, rather late, but we are getting there. I will now read the chairperson's announcement. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of Clause 520 to 523 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-video recordings of meetings is prohibited without express permission. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of Council. All members addressing tonight's meeting will have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put forward your case with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes has expired. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. However, answering those questions is a matter for the presenter. You're under no obligation to do so if you do not feel the need. I now go to CS7/25, Management of Shared E-Bikes. Speaking for the recommendation, Mr. William Peters, Senior Regional Director of Lime.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm William Peters, the Senior Regional Director at Lime, and lead our team across the APAC region. I'm a lifelong local who grew up here at La Perouse, deeply invested in our community success. As a previous Young Citizen of the Year recipient in this wonderful LGA, I've witnessed firsthand how Randwick's sense of community isn't just a motto, it's what makes our little patch special. This sense of community and connection is precisely why I believe micromobility options such as Lime are vital in Randwick. Looking at the numbers alone, in the report, over 190,000 shared e-bike trips in our LGA this year alone has clearly demonstrated that shared e-bike trips are important and there's community demand. And there is strong embracement of these services. We've seen overwhelmingly positive adoption, though we recognise every concern does matter, and that is a very important step for tonight and what the report does take into consideration. And I've heard directly from councillors that their community, is looking for solutions. Lime is the world's largest micromobility provider, operating in over 280 cities across 30 countries on 5 continents. To put our scale in perspective, we operate more vehicles than the entire US public transportation system, FedEx, UPS, DHL combined. Yet despite this global footprint, our approach is intensely local, adopting to each community's unique needs. We wholeheartedly support the report before Council today. The approach outlined, continuing to work with providers, establishing clear geofencing and preferred parking areas, and investigating appropriate contractual arrangements represents the exact type of balanced, forward-thinking governance we seek to partner with. Let me highlight 3 specific commitments from Lime. First, we're investing in continuous improvement. Our technology evolves constantly with advanced geofencing capabilities, improved parking compliance features, and enhanced user education. These investments directly address the concerns raised by residents that I've heard and council. Second, we're committed to active collaboration. Our local operations team responds swiftly to issues, and we're eager to work with council officers to identify additionally geofenced areas and preferred parking spots. The proposed parking bays with bicycle racks, stencils, and art align perfectly with our approach in other successful cities. Third, we're focused on community benefit. Beyond transportation, we're creating local jobs. We're supporting small businesses and reducing car dependency. In other cities, businesses near micromobility hubs, like these parking spots I've suggested, have increased foot traffic and customer spending. We're also committed to ensuring equitable access through Lime Access through all parts of Randwick. I want to specifically highlight our experience with implementing dedicated parking in London. We've seen remarkable improvements in vehicle organisation. Our data shows that implementing a network of dedicated parking spots every 100 metres drastically improves streetscape tidiness. In our testing, we've actually improved parking tidiness by over 42%. This approach not only addresses community concerns, but also enhances the reliability of the service and makes a win-win scenario that we're eager to bring to Randwick. As we await the New South Wales Government's response to the inquiry report, this report from Council provides an excellent framework for continued improvement. The recommendation balances immediate action with long-term planning, respecting both current and potential future regulatory frameworks. Randwick's coastal environment that we all love, strong sense of community, and the commitment to sustainability perfectly align with Lime's mission to create people-first cities. Thank you for your consideration. I'm more than happy to answer any questions or take any questions on notice.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Peters, for coming, and I'd like to thank you for coming tonight and sharing your knowledge with Council as we try to resolve this issue for our community. Perhaps I could ask you a couple of questions. You spoke about Lime's successful approach to parking in London. Can you please tell me why Lime hasn't implemented this in Coogee already? I'm approached daily by frustrated residents re this issue.
To the Speaker.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I'm more than happy to take that question. And I do hear your frustrations, and you've brought those to my attention as well. It is a complicated situation in terms of the state regulatory environment, and I would commend that Transport for New South Wales, the council officers have done a lot of work in understanding what this balance is. It means that we haven't been able to enter into contractual agreements with certain councils. We're at this point where we want to proactively invest. So we are going to our council partners and we'll work with whatever situations we can to get decals on the ground, parking bays identified. But it's certainly a key priority of me being a local here is, I do see Coogee Beach, I see our bikes there, I want to make it work better.
Thank you. A second question. You talked about the parking system that's already in London as well, and not implemented in Coogee. So given the frustrations from the residents with this improper parking, what would be your timeline to address this issue?
We'll have to work with the council officers depending on sort of identification of spots, but we've already started in lots of our other LGA jurisdictions putting down decals or looking at options. So as soon as possible from our perspective.
Thank you. Can I ask another question?
You may.
Thank you. One of the biggest frustrations I feel the community has, besides the strewn bikes and unkept bikes everywhere, is that they don't have an easy, accessible means to report dumped or damaged bikes. Can you tell me what procedures Lime Bikes have or intend to have in place for people to make a complaint?
Certainly. So I think similar to what we spoke about, that you had concerns from residents that, were coming to you saying, there's a bike here, you've tried to contact Lime, what's the best way to do it? We've taken that feedback on notice and we're going to roll out a campaign on the bikes, making sure that there are QR code stickers that are very visible, that it saves that resident from calling a number or going to council or putting the burden on council officers, that they can report it straight to us in a very easy form. So it's something that we're in trial at the moment in different areas. So we've just done a trial in London of this. It has been quite successful. It has reduced the time to action that report, and it's something that we're committed to bringing here, and we'll make this a priority.
Councillor Martin, do you have any further questions?
I just...
Councillor Martin.
Sorry. And I curious about this. Once someone makes a report, what's the time frame it takes for your clean-up crew to come in and take that bike away?
We aim, under the legislation, we've got 3 hours once we're reported from a dangerous bike. So that's blocking access or creating a safety risk. There's different elements. If a bike is lying outside someone's house that's unused, we don't want that there either. All our bikes are utilised daily and sometimes 2 or 3 times and 4 times. But in terms of a report, it will depend on the nature of that report. But in times that we can get that addressed as quick as 30 minutes, 15 minutes if it's very urgent.
Thank you.
Councillor Magner, and then I'll go to Councillor Wellington. Councillor Magner.
Mr. Peters, thanks for your presentation. I do have a question in anticipation of the New South Wales Government e-micromobility action plan and the parliamentary report that's due for release, I understand, on the 15th of May.
Yeah, correct. The 3rd. Yeah, they've due their response. Yeah.
And looking at the approach that other councils have taken, in particular the City of Sydney, and some of the areas around St Peter's Station, can you give us any guidance in relation to the kind of proactive approach that we might be able to take as a council here in Randwick?
Thank you for the question. In terms of those locations, there is a program by Transport for New South Wales out there to test dedicated parking. So when we met with them almost a year ago, we were sharing our knowledge of where you have dedicated spots in an area, people are likely to park their bikes there, but you do need a visual indication. So we've been trialling virtual parking across the world. It does improve it. So that's when you get to a spot, you want to end your trip and you're told by the app you can't. It does lead to a frustration experience. So what we then developed was once you put dedicated visual signs in there, people aren't looking at the app, they're actually embracing their community. They're looking around, they're looking at local businesses. So the Transport for New South Wales trial there was testing that. We've got decals in Bondi Junction, we've got decals, as you said, around Petersham. They have worked incredibly well, almost oversubscribed there. And we're dealing with an issue now where you're seeing clustering of bikes in Bondi Junction because the usage is so high. And this is a really good problem to have. We have to solve it very quickly. And you solve that by having available parking spots there. Because every single bike, and when you're looking at those trips, it's taking a car off the road. It means that when you're going down to Bondi, you're going down to Bronte, you're going down to Coogee, you're going down to La Perouse even, you can get a park because someone else that has been able to take a bike has taken a bike.
Councillor Wellington.
So my question is in relation to bike helmets and the considerable risk that people are at when they're moving fast. I realise it is the responsibility of the rider to wear a helmet. There does seem to be a lot of helmets strewn around the LGA, not associated any longer with a bike. How have you been able to address this in other parts of the world any better than here?
It's a great question. There's a two-part answer here. So the context, the major markets that we operate in that require helmets are actually Israel, Canada and Australia, where we look at our markets. The rest of our markets do not require it. So it is a cultural shock when you do have tourists coming into Australia. In terms of what we're doing here, we've actually deployed, and I think I've taken on notice, but about 30,000 helmets across Sydney in the last year alone. They're very popular with Uber Eats drivers and Deliveroo drivers and a whole range of things. But what we're doing practically, we've observed user behaviour. So we've observed some people even not wanting to wear the helmet, take the helmet off the basket, unlock it, put their bag in the basket, leave the helmet on the ground. So what we've actually gone and built is a brand new lock system that we're testing right now. More than happy to take any of the councillors through our warehouse as well. It's a local one. And it's a new locking system where we'll actually be able to detect at a very high accuracy, and we will find those riders that do that. Because not only is it littering, we're actually losing a valuable piece of that asset that will make that vehicle unusable under New South Wales law. So, no, we're making big changes in that area.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We now move to NM 20/25, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, parking solution in Clovelly, speaking for Mr. Jason Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, council officers and ladies and gentlemen of the gallery. My name is Jason Young. I've been asked to speak tonight about the motion with respect to parking in Clovelly. As an engineer and a previous academic, I do have some statistics. It wouldn't be a talk without it, but I don't have any PowerPoint slides to bore you with, okay? I'm a resident of Clovelly. We are currently in a survey period for our RPS, resident parking scheme that was originally rolled out in 2020. Data from that was that they had about 317 responses from 1,100 identified residents, about a 29% response rate. And what came from that data was that 67% of the respondents had greater than 2 cars, but having said that, 72% of respondents said they had less than one or equal to 1 spot to park them. So that meant generally that 50% of the respondents had to park on the street, okay? When they were asked about their difficulty parking, most of them identified nighttime and day and night time. It wasn't so much seasonal, which we accept happens around Clovelly because of our beach, but we are fortunate to have the large car park. It was evidence that the primary problem is with housing densities around Clovelly is that we have too many residents with cars and not enough off and on-street spots. So the issue with parking occurs based on residents versus residents trying to compete over the same spot and not non-residents parking in those spots. That's something that really seemed to come out of the data. So how do we address this issue? Because a resident parking scheme is not the solution in this instance. Having said that, I'm very keen to look at the next data because so far after meetings, we've got over 422 responses this time around, which is a jump to almost 38%, and the survey period is open until the 28th of April. So how do we address it? We need to maximise the parking available in Clovelly, and there are some streets in Clovelly that are non-residential frontages. An example is Boundary Street along the cemetery, where we have boat trailers, box trailers, etc. Now, that's not just true for Clovelly, it's actually across the Randwick LGA, and I can see nodding because we all agree that they are a little bit of a problem. We have to work on to unlock those spots and turn them over, okay, at a frequency, just specifically during the seasonal busyness and also in the evenings. We just really don't want them there. We want the residents to have the opportunity to park. Council has a blunt instrument that they've used in the past. I do have a prop, and it's signs such as this, where from an arbitrary day of the week, you'll have a limited time parking, maybe 4 or 6 hours or whatever it might be, 1 day a week during the day. And the premise there is to make the trailer owners have to come out through the week and move their trailer somewhere else, otherwise they'll be booked. That's great, it works, but there's a double-edged sword there whereby residents who dutifully take the bus to work come home to find their own cars being booked because they've left it in those spots. Or they come home Tuesday night in the instance of the Wednesday parking at Burney Street and they have to go around with their car and try and find somewhere to park so that they don't have to worry about it in the morning before they go to work. So to that end, I would like to put forward a proposal of replacing such signage with the other allocated sign which actually solves this problem, which is the RMS approved sign which says...
Thank you. Can I have a 2 minute, 1 minute? Will be nice. Everyone else got 2 minutes. 2 minute extension.
Thank you very much. The motor vehicle's accepted. Okay, so what that basically says is unless you have a motor, you can't park in this spot. And there's no time requirement there. Residents can park there with their cars. They don't need resident parking stickers. The trailers can't stay there. Council does have another instrument whereby under the Impounding Amendment Act, you can have boat trailers moved on after 30 days. Now, in discussions I've had, a lot of people aren't aware that that does not apply to box trailers. That is only a boat trailer issue. So box trailers do not fall within that category and can't be addressed there. However, the no parking motor vehicles accepted sign actually will deal with that issue as well. The only counter argument to this is that people may claim that these boats or trailers may move in front of a residential premises. Generally speaking, the owners of these boat trailers and box trailers, they don't want to do that and they actively seek out these particular spots to just fly under the radar. If we do move them on, we will move them on to other areas. Perhaps we could attach a little map that says York Road in Waverley LGA near Centennial Park is a good option for them. Mr. Brownlee's laughing. But generally speaking, we don't want to move the problem somewhere else in Randwick LGA. That's not what we're about. What we are about is part and parcel of resident parking schemes is identifying and unlocking these parking spaces on these non-residential street frontages and making sure we have the optimal available spaces before we do things like surveys to find out what the residents are thinking, because we've already opened up those spots for them prior to the RPS coming through. That's pretty much all I'd like to say. I would just like to see, read the room and see if what we're proposing as a trial in Clovelly would be a nice adjunct to an RPS.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Thanks very much. Now, I want to start by saying thank you because you've raised this with me many times and we've finally been able to sit down and nut it out, and so it's commendable to you for doing this for your community, and you are a huge community-minded person, so thank you very much. And thank you for speaking. My question is, given the discussions that we've been having and noting that this is a Randwick-wide problem, do you think that this is something that it's worthwhile extending across all of Randwick? Because I know we concentrate on Clovelly because that's our area, but do you think we should extend it? What do you think about that?
I think that's an excellent idea. I'm glad you brought it up because I perceive that Clovelly, being a little microcosm in its own peninsula, would be a lovely pilot case where we can actually see the effectiveness of this within that Clovelly area first. And as I said, if we have positive results from the trailers and boats moving on, not moving in front of residential parking, and that improves the outlook for the residents with their own parking issues, then I would love to see it rolled out across the LGA. So thank you, it's a good question.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, I appreciate that support. And another question I have, did you know that there's a 1 month extension on the survey now?
Yes, till April the 28th, I understand it's been
Right.
extended,
All right.
yes.
Good, because
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and if you could spread the word as you do with your community work, that'd be
We
great.
will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch, you have a question?
Thank you, and thanks for coming in to speak tonight.
Thank you.
I'm a West Ward councillor, and I'm very well aware, as I think all of the councillors and many in the community are about this issue, and I can completely understand why the residents of Clovelly don't want the boats and trailers cluttering up their streets, but it's a sentiment felt very strongly by residents all across the LGA, and so I don't know that residents living in suburbs outside of Clovelly would necessarily feel that great about having more trailers and so on moving into their suburbs. So yeah, I would be very supportive of something that would look to address the issue across the LGA rather than one suburb. Sorry, that wasn't a question, but
That's all right.
apologise about that. But, yeah,
may I respond, if that's okay?
just following on from Councillor Hamilton's question.
Yeah. Clovelly, it's a small area. It's not a huge problem with respect to numbers. We're not having hundreds and hundreds of trailers parked there. We have a small number, but because of the small site, it is significant. So I certainly understand what you're saying there. We're certainly not about pushing the problem elsewhere in the LGA. We feel that the effect on other larger areas would be not significant, but we feel that given the small numbers, we might actually have a significant response in that small area, more particularly in North Clovelly there, near the cemetery, as a good site to start.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the Speaker? There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And look, thank you to the North Ward councillors for coming to the precinct meeting. It means a lot to everyone in attendance to see you all sitting there, right next to them. So thank you all.
Thank you. NM 26/25, notice of motion from Councillor Martin. Hot showers for the Coogee Promenade amenities. Speaking for Mr. Dean Summers.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and it's a pleasure to address you today on this very important topic. My name's Dean Summers, and I am, my wife and I moved from Marrickville 10 years ago to Coogee so that we could swim and pursue our long-distance swimming careers. I am very happy to announce that 1 year ago, almost to the day, I established the longest Australian swim on record between Newcastle and Sydney. So I'm really happy about that. But what I want to tell you, thank you very much, a fellow swimmer, I guess. What I wanted to tell you is that in the year leading up to that, I swam 2,000 kilometres, most of that in and around Coogee to Bondi to Maroubra, back and forth, culminating to a terrible week between Christmas and New Year on the 2024, where I swam 100 kilometres during that week amongst blue bottles, terrible weather, and pretty crappy conditions all around, really. We train with a group called Vlad Squad, and Vlad is responsible for 80 English Channel solo crosses. So he has trained 80 solo swimmers, which is an incredible world record, and he has based his operations now out of Coogee. With him, we have Christian Renford, Des Renford's grandson, who has just recently been appointed the president of the Australian Long Distance Swim Federation. So you can see that all of our cohort, our friends, are serious long distance swimmers. We take the opportunity to explore and swim around Coogee, Maroubra, all of our beautiful coastline, which I argue is some of the best in the world, and I've swam the 6 toughest swims in the world. Nothing compares to what we have in our backyard, and I've become quite a proponent of Australian swimming. There are dozens and dozens of new groups that have started, particularly after the COVID pandemic, and Coogee has now become the epicentre, seriously the epicentre of Australian long-distance swimming, and it will continue to grow and it will continue to be supported by all of us in the swimming community, but there is nothing to stop us expanding all the time. When I first came here 10 years ago, only 10 years ago, we would expect to get blue bottles on the northeast wind. Things have changed now, and anything with an east in it will bring blue bottles into the beaches around our area, and they're pretty tough and hard to deal with. Blue bottles, man of wars, are a colony of animals that have come together to hunt, digest and reproduce. So they don't all have turns of that, of course. They just have their own jobs inside that colony, and they are so persistent and so detrimental to swimmers in the community. What a hot shower provides on Coogee Beach or any beach is first aid. So it's not a method to get a nice warm shower before you toddle off to work. It is first aid, and sometimes the effects of these blue bottle stings are so profound that people are in serious health conditions. And there's nowhere other than the surf club, to go and line up and hope that they will give you a little bit of support and take you into the surf club, to get a hot shower in Coogee. And it can mean the difference between ruining someone's complete day or putting them in even deeper medical problems because they can't get the immediate service. What we've done historically is put ice on them, put vinegar on them, and peeing on them. So historically, that's been an Australianism that internationals can't understand, but they don't work. And what works is hot water, and that's now become the absolute minimum standard for people treating blue bottle stings. So I support this motion, and I thank the councillor for bringing that motion to this meeting because it is so very important from a first aid perspective, from a health perspective, and something to help us promote Coogee being the epicentre of Australian long-distance swimming. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you tonight for coming, Mr. Summers. Summers, what a great name, Summers. And congratulations once again on your record swim. That's fantastic. Just a couple of quick questions. Would you happen to know, or do you know the opening hours of that amenity block, which is the source of the situation that we're talking about in relation to these hot showers?
I understand the amenity block is on the promenade is open between 6 and 5.
Thank you. So you would agree that it's not a 24-hour, 24/7?
Certainly not, and it's locked up between that time.
Thank you. One more. As a swimmer, would you agree that a lot of your training is done before the lifeguards start duty, and therefore there is no access to ice packs, which is the current treatment for blue bottle stings?
It's the current wrong treatment for blue bottle stings, but there is no treatment at all outside that time. So, yes, that's correct. And even as early as this morning, as late as this morning, myself and a whole bunch of other swimmers were out of the water because of blue bottle stings. Some went home, some licked their wounds over coffee and placated each other.
Thank you. Can I have another one? Beg your pardon, you're right. Have you ever been out in the open water? Well, we know you love the open water, so I'm sure you have, with a group of swimmers where many of you have got stung at the same time and needed to return to shore for immediate treatment? And if that happened, were you able to seek some sort of treatment back on shore for that amount of people?
Certainly not. And what will happen is if you get one person with a blue bottle sting, you'll get many people with a blue bottle sting. So you have to consider it's just not going to be a once-off ever. In fact, these stings go straight to the lymph node. The venom is designed to disable the victim. Usually it's a little fish. And I've had that myself where I haven't been able to move my arm. You come ashore and it's off to the hospital or it's off to beg some help from the surf lifesavers or home.
Thank you. Do you agree that getting stung can not only be a very painful experience, but also quite a scary experience, especially for someone that has not been stung before?
Yeah, I've seen some of our backpackers get down there and stung for the first time, and big red welts on their pale Irish skin leaves you in no doubt what's happened to them.
Thank you. Another one, if I may. Do you know of any other councils that have hot water showers at their beaches?
I know Balmoral has a hot water shower there, but I'm not aware of where the other hot showers are.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the Speaker? There being no further questions of the Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, do we need a break or keep going? I think we'll keep going. All right, thank you. We now move to, after addresses of the public are over, we now move to MM7/25, Social Cohesion Forum. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? You have to seek the call. Councillor Veach. So this is MM7/20.
Thank you. I just had some additional dot points for your consideration. Unfortunately, some of our First Nations community, it's an ongoing issue, but recently I've had some really quite distressing reports of some very serious online racism, bigotry and abuse directed to senior members of the First Nations community in our area. And so I think it's appropriate in general that this be included, and the issue of the treatment of asylum seekers is something that's been of incredible concern for a long time. So I would request your consideration to include these in your Merrill minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in relation to this particular one, look, I'd be willing to accept point C. I am not willing to accept point D. Part of the reason is a joint forum across other local government areas, and I don't believe that I will be able to garner support in relation to point D, and noting the desire to have a uniting but also a collaborative participation with both Waverley and Wallara councils. I think that the mayoral minute as drafted is preferable. However, I do think I'll probably be able to get some feedback in relation to point C. So it's a matter for you as to whether or not you'd like to proceed with it. I won't accept it as it is currently drafted. Okay, so I'm happy to accept point C, and I take it that you withdraw point D. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers on the mayoral minute, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to MM8/25, opposition to proposed change to thermal treatment definitions and potential revival of a Matraville incinerator. I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. MM9/25, financial assistance and donations, February to March 2025. I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. MM10/25, expansion of the general tree planting budget from 2026 to 2027 financial year onwards, and in-house tree service level review. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? Councillor Hay.
I'd just like to ask a quick question of the Mayor. Last meeting we had Mayoral Minute 4 about in-street planting. We've had a question from Councillor Magna regarding the urban forest policy. What is the long-term strategic goal here, and because we've had a lot of differing conflicting, well, not necessarily conflicting motions, but they're all happening at the same time. Yep. So what is the
I will happily answer this particular question, and I'll then invite it to the General Manager if he sees fit to supplement any of my particular answer. The intention of this mayoral minute is twofold. There is a large component of it. The key component I'd like to just draw your attention to is C, considers a 5-year resourcing strategy beginning financial year 2026. So not the upcoming budget year, just to really emphasise to everyone, but the year after that. And then also to authorise a service level review of expanding council's in-house tree planting and maintenance capability. The two planks of this particular mayoral minute are, one, to authorise staff to prepare a report investigating resourcing to expand tree planting. So it's essentially looking at the funding in relation to that. The other key component of this particular mayoral minute is to look at a service review as it relates to our capability, that in the event that council did budget, which would require a further report from council, I really want to emphasise that, whether or not we actually have the capability to do that in-house. So there are two key components. Some other elements around it are rather minor. This relates to tree planting. There have been a range of other mayoral minutes which go to things such as waterbeds, gardens, as well as technical manuals and the like. So this is separate to that. Mr. General Manager, is there anything else that you wanted to add or draw to the attention of councillors? It's calling for a resourcing strategy to be considered by council prior to the financial year 26. So not this upcoming financial year, but the financial year 26. Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to support the mayoral minute, and I've long advocated for a high budget for tree planting. But may I ask, through to the relevant officer, in addition to that resourcing strategy, will we see how other programs identified for funding within the five-year plan for the environment strategy that went to IPART and was reported to council last year? We sort of need to see what other programs are going to be potentially impacted by that, or indeed perhaps the resourcing strategy will identify other funding paths to ensure that we get these trees planted.
Through to the General Manager.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, councillors, it will do both. It'll come back and if it has an impact on the environmental levy, how that impacts. And if there's ways of funding it through other revenue sources, we'll also identify that for you.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions, comments, speakers? Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We now move to is there any urgent business? Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I've sent my urgent business through to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Did I?
Could
not?
you just...
Oh my God.
What I will do...
Oh no. Sent it to everywhere else. You could just bear with me for one moment.
I will bear with you. Which one?
Has anyone got a copy? Are you able to send it to David Kelly? My computer's just... Are you able to send it to him? Thank you. I'm just having issues with my computer. It's just freezing. This is not working. I apologise, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Send it to everyone but the main person.
Who wins the prize? Yes. Okay.
Okay. It works. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Can I take it that you've received it? Noting the fact that it has been circulated to councillors, I'm
Yeah.
happy to actually proceed to you explaining why the business is urgent and the reasons for why it should be considered as urgent business, and then I will...
Thank you very much. So the reason, I do apologise for putting it up as urgent business. However, unfortunately, there wasn't an opportunity to put this up, to get it up in time for the business papers. Some of you may be aware of the ongoing ASIC investigation and judgment against Active Super, the New South Wales Local Government Super Fund for New South Wales government staff. Active Super has recently merged with the Victorian counterpart Vision Super. The deadline for motions was last Monday, the 17th. On Tuesday, the 18th, the ASIC, the federal court actually came down with their judgment, which was the final judgment, which related to the penalty, which was $10.5 million, which was at almost the very upper level of the penalty that could be imposed.
Sorry, Councillor Veach, can I just interrupt you just very briefly? I have Councillor Hay wildly gesticulating behind you.
I need to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest, as I may be involved in this matter. I will...
Absent yourself from the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Well done, Councillor Hay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just councillors, for the record, that's how you do it. If at any point a conflict comes to you, interrupt the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Veach.
And I will wrap up. I would like to put this motion to the National General Assembly of Canberra. Tonight is the last opportunity to do so, as those motions are due by the 31st. So that is the reason for the urgency.
Thank you. Look, in line with 9.3 the Code of Meeting Practice, despite clause 9.1, business may be considered at the meeting of council even though due notice of business has not been given if A, a motion is passed to have the business considered at the meeting, and B, the business is considered to be ruled by the chair to be of great urgency on the ground that it requires a decision of council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting of the council. In line with 9.3A, I will now put the question to council as to whether or not the business is to be considered urgent. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. I, as the chair, in relation to 9.3b, also consider the business to be urgent by virtue of the fact that the information relevant to this particular motion became apparent after the closure of the lodgement of nominations, the lodgement of notices of motion, and I'm advised that it as a result could not have been lodged prior. So with that, I declare the business as urgent. We now move to the substantive motion. Councillor Veach, could you please move your motion, and I'll call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this has been an issue that has been brought to my attention, has been floating around for the last 2 years. I was first made aware of issues with Active Super when a report came to Four Corners relating to some issues regarding carbon credits back in February 2023. Subsequently, and around that same time in March 2023, the AICD issued an alert to company directors saying that ASIC was indeed having previously been giving warnings to companies and superannuation companies that greenwashing was becoming a focus. They were moving from giving warnings and notifying people that they were going to proceed with more drastic and serious action. Active Super, who is the super fund of choice for many, many council employees, at that time it was about 88,000, around that figure, who have entrusted Active Super to take care of their retirement funds and grow their retirement funds. They have put the retirement funds of these council employees at risk. This was entirely avoidable, and it is unfortunate. While the judgment and all the information is available online, so all of the information has been derived from the ASIC website and the judgment, so that can all be found. But there is going to be a portion of this that is going to have to be borne by the fund members. And it's really, really important that we make it known that this is utterly unacceptable and bring it to the attention of conference, because of course there are super funds being run through local government in the different state jurisdictions. So I would really request your support for this motion. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Magna to second, is that correct?
Yeah, just
Councillor
very
Magna.
briefly, environmental, social and governance is an area of investment that is attracting increasing proportions of superannuation funds, and we had a recent resolution committing our council to do the right thing with regard to its investment policy. So it's vitally important that we can rely upon the integrity of the representations that are made by these funds. As Councillor Veach has highlighted, it's deeply concerning that the Local Government Superannuation Fund thought it wise to make claims in relation to investments in I believe it was not investing in Russia, not investing in tobacco, not investing in fossil fuel related investments. And these are things that superannuation funds, superannuation members want their superannuation funds not to do. But ASIC discovered that they weren't doing the due diligence that was expected of the board of the local government super fund. And it's an important lesson for us all as stewards of this organisation, that we have to be very careful about the kinds of claims and representations that we make to our community. And it's disappointing that Active Super's board didn't ask the right questions when those statements are made. And so I commend Councillor Veach for bringing this to the attention of the National General Assembly to raise awareness of these governance issues, and I'm pleased that Randwick Council is taking the lead on this, and commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion? There being no further speakers, I take it that you don't wish to close the debate, Councillor Veach. Thank you very much. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the agenda items. Councillors, could you please clearly call out for the items which you are seeking to challenge? Okay, CP 6/25, challenged by Councillor Willington. CP 7/25, localised automated waste collection systems. A record of voting is required, so I'll need a challenge. Challenged by Councillor Luxford, thank you. CP 8/25, Anzac Parade Heritage Study, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. CP 9/25, Variations to Development Standards under Clause 4.6, unchallenged. CS 5/25, Plan for Multi-Purpose Courts, challenged by Councillor Magna. CS 6/25, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. CS 7/25, challenged by Councillor Martin. I'm really appreciating how we're going tonight. CS 8/25, Draft Urban Elements Design Manual, unchallenged. CS 9/25, challenged by Councillor Said. CC 6/25, Community Investment Program, challenged by Councillor Magna. CC 7/25, Draft Reconciliation Action Plan. Thank you. Is that challenged by Councillor? Please call out. I'm looking down. So it's challenged by Councillor Veach. CO 14/25, Monthly Financial Report for the 28th of February, challenged by Councillor Burst. CO 15/25, Monthly Investment Report, unchallenged. CO 16/25, Algua 2025 Annual Conference, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, can I have a mover of the unchallenged items? Councillor Burst and Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move to the first challenged item, CP 6/25, which has been challenged by Councillor Willington. And I'd like to remind half the council that is absenting themselves to do so now. Yes, we do. Barely have a quorum. Okay, Councillor Willington, could you please outline what it is that you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you. So this item is incredibly important. It took me a long time to get to grips with the background papers. When I did, I realised that this is a matter of extreme importance in the significantly in the public interest in relation to the proposed development at Coogee Bay Hotel. The developer there has been required under the terms of the application to prepare a noise master plan, but in recent times has put in a revised development application to remove the requirement for the noise master plan, and this is extremely concerning and should be challenged. Council officers have done a fantastic job. I could see their dedication and clear working through the problem and need to make all strong representations to the planning panel to request that this be not supported. So that was great. But then when I came to the recommendations, I completely understood A, and I was confused for a long time about B. So I applied for help, and fortunately Meryl, the Director of Planning, was able to provide a clearer and plainer version of B. We have all councillors have been circulated with that, with a draft submission that could be possibly put to the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel in relation to the development application DA/437/2021/A. And I recommend that we delete B in the recommendations on this matter and replace it with the alternative B that I think we now have up on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And you've all seen this, so it says basically that we delegate the General Manager to make a submission on the Council's behalf to the Sydney Eastern Planning Panel in relation to DA 437/201A for section 4.55 bracket 2, modification to delete deferred commencement conditions and amend any further conditions referencing the noise master plan and minor amendments to the basement level at 212 Arden Street, 227 to 233 Coogee Bay Road, and so on, addressing matters such as a noise master plan is required to effectively address and manage potential noise impacts associated with the development. Comprehensive noise mitigation measures are required to protect the amenity of surrounding residential areas, especially given the mixed-use nature of the site, and deletion of the deferred commencement condition would result in insufficient noise mitigation measures and would compromise the quality of life for noise-sensitive receivers within and outside the development. I find this a much clearer and more approachable version of the recommendation, and I highly urge the councillors to adopt new recommendation B. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Asghari. Thank you. Are there any speakers in relation to this matter? Councillor Burst.
Just a question through.
Actually, I apologise. Councillor Asghari is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to this?
No, I reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burst.
My question is through the relevant officer. If we remove the recommendation of B that's on the paper, what impact does that have if we remove it and use this amended recommendation, or amended motion?
Thank you. Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Burst. What it will mean now is that the recommendation that was in the council report said a submission was not necessary because of a number of reasons, which I outlined in my email to you. This recommendation that's been proposed by Councillor Willington will mean that that the General Manager will then lodge a written submission to the Planning Secretariat. It will happen in the next day or so, and they'll consider it at their deliberation meeting on Friday.
So what's the difference between the motion, the recommendation and the motion effectively? What does it do? Does it mean that, is it good for council, bad for council, good for the community, bad for the community?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Burst, it's a decision of the council. Do they wish to lodge a submission to the planning panel regarding this development, opposing the removal of the master plan recommendation, and supporting the officer's recommendation is to refuse the removal of the noise master plan. So it's in support of what the community are saying.
Yep. Further to the question to the General Manager.
It's good.
It's good.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Willington, do you wish to close the debate?
Yes, I'd just like to further reiterate how much work council officers have put into this, and I appreciate it very much. It's such an important issue in the public interest that the noise master plan is required, and we should put a submission in favour of it. And I urge you to vote in favour of the amended point B. Thank you.
Thank you. It being a record of Yeah, it being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. We'll go straight to a division. All those in favour of the motion as amended by Willington, and thank you. Councillor Willington, Councillor Veach, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Martin, Councillor Asgari, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza. All those against. We have Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you. I declare the motion carried. Beg your pardon? Councillor Hamilton is the councillor who challenged the next item. Oh no, my apologies. CP 7/25, Councillor Luxford. Could you please outline what it is you're moving? CP 7, just page 49.
I'll be moving it as per the recommendation on the business paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor. I actually saw Councillor Hay first. Councillor Hay.
I do mourn the loss of this potential, but ultimately with a relatively small number of city blocks being affected, with no other of these trucks in Australia, it didn't seem like the right time, and it's the wrong project to introduce this technology into Australia. So ultimately, I cannot support going ahead, and I urge everyone to vote as per the business paper.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
I support this recommendation, this motion. As if we can't do it, we shouldn't be trying to put something into a building that we can't do. So, great result.
Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, there being no further speakers, a record of voting is required. All those in favour of the recommendation as per the business paper, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asgari, Wilson, Said, Burst and D'Souza, and the Mayor. I declare that unanimous. Thank you. We now move to CP 8/25, Anzac Parade Heritage Study Update, challenged by Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Hamilton, could you please outline what it is you're moving?
Thank you. I'm going to move it as per the business paper. And what I would like to say is that I commend the staff for doing this. Interestingly enough, in the October meeting, sorry, I'm just going to the page because I was out of the room. We'll get there. In the October meeting, where there was sort of like a final determination on the 23rd of October 23, I'm really glad that the council officers actioned my motion as I passed the recommendations on the business paper with one slight amendment in relation to the movement of Anzac, all Anzac related items to the Anzac Trust. And it was voted down, but Nielsen Wilson put up an amendment to defer for a councillor briefing, and that was it. But so it's really good that they actioned my motion, and it results in what we see tonight on the business paper, because this is what was needed. We needed to acknowledge this parcel of land, and it's a long stretch of land, and there's a lot of history involved, and the council staff have also engaged Sue Rosen, who is a really outstanding historian with fantastic knowledge, that we are blessed, I believe, to have someone of her calibre take charge of this and give it the due justice that it deserves. And as someone who was in the Defence Force, and I was on the ship called HMAS Anzac, I just have such an affinity with that term and all that it represents. And I visited Gallipoli as well. So there's just a lot of history and a lot of defence history tied into this as well, which is just really wonderful that we are able to celebrate it in our LGA and that it's so close to us and we have such a long involvement with it. So I commend it to everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Sedd is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to thank the council staff, but I also, at the same time, in that meeting in October, in discussions about exactly how it was going to work, we started to, because we actually had the Anzac Heritage already done, we were talking about it, but at the same time, Ms Rosen started adding a lot of additions to the whole idea of what we planned. And the Anzac Trust and the Anzac Memorial was virtually from one end of Anzac Parade to La Perou's end of the Anzac Parade, and everything that happened within it and the historical value of it, such as the Matraville Soldier Settlement and the university being a holding station, etc. Ms Rosen started adding stuff that was pre-1915, so we sort of starting to, we voted on no, it has to stick to virtually Anzac, it's all about the Anzac Parade. So I just hope within the recommendations that, as it says, it's coming back to the Trust for consideration, and I hope it sticks to the actual plan that we had to honour Anzac Parade.
Thank you. Are there any further? Oh, Councillor Veitch.
I have an amendment which I have hopefully sent through to Mr Kelly this time. And my amendment is to delete the current recommendation A, B and C and basically propose that council publish a book and hold an exhibition on the significance of Anzac Parade based on the extensive information detailed in the heritage study and including obviously First Nations history and culture. These reports have been coming back.
Foreshadow. Back to
council for a number of years now, and I couldn't probably put my finger on all the different reports, but the main report was very, very detailed. I've still got a copy of it that I've kept. I did go to one of the Anzac Heritage Trust meetings last year, and perhaps, I'm not sure if that's the one Councillor Sedd was referring to, but some of the, there were many actions and possible sort of directions being proposed and discussed at that meeting, and it was just, to me, in any case, unclear where this was going to go. It was so big, and I actually feel that, you know, we've got, you know, obviously the Maroubra and Matraville monuments in place, which are used every Anzac Day and on November 11, I believe, every year. But I actually feel the vast amount of information collected during the study would be of greater benefit to be condensed in a book where it can be accessed by residents, by scholars, by students. We've self-published a wonderful book in the past, which is the Randwick book. And I think, you know, we could have a great exhibition, including all of the wonderful photographs and so on that are used. We could launch the book, and that would actually be a reference that would be very, very useful to people. Whereas I remember the origins, and just forgive me, I'll just speak a little bit further. And please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my recollection of the origins of this report were that it was a motion moved by former councillor Stavrinos at the behest of one of the Randwick residents, to whom this was a sort of a matter of history that was very dear to her heart. But it was a particular motion like that, and when now looking at something that's bigger than Ben-Hur and we can actually do justice to all of that history. A lot of the detail of that is going to get lost in what we end up doing. We'll probably be able to do a small number of the proposed actions, and the rest of that information will just get lost in council reports. So I think this is a good alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to Councillor Wellington? Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I support Councillor Veitch's amendment, and I think that a book and an exhibition and the publicity around those things would be very valuable to the community and of lasting value. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers on the amendment, I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare the amendment lost. Thank you. We now move back to the substantive debate on the motion as moved. Hamilton said. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, do you wish to close the debate, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I will. And it's in response to some points that were made during the debate. And I'd just like to highlight that the final matter that brings this final paper to us was the resolution on the 24th of October 23, Wilson, which we see in the book. The amendment that I put forward with Councillor Hay was to consider responses from community consultation and endorse the preparation of an interpretation plan, which is what has happened, and assigns this heritage study and all it involves to the Anzac Parade Monument Trust. So that lost. The only people that voted for my amendment was Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, McCafferty and D'Souza. But what we have in the business paper is a response to my lost amendment. And it's very important that we acknowledge that while some councillors don't agree with the lengths and the procedures that have been taken to recognise this historic passageway through our LGA, it's so important to a lot of people because it involves a lot of lives, it involves a lot of sweat, it involves a lot of commitment, it involves a lot of tears, it involves a lot of blood. It's not just about one particular incident in time, it's not about one particular event, and it's not even about one particular organisation or culture. It transcends all of that, and it captures such significance to the country and the area and the community that we have right now. So, as I said, I commend this, and I believe that council staff have done a fantastic job.
Thank you. I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Veitch would like her name, and Councillor Wellington would both. Councillor Veitch and Councillor Wellington would like their name recorded in the minutes as voting against. Okay, we now move to CS5/25, Plan for Multipurpose Courts, challenged by Councillor Magna. Councillor Magna, could you please outline what it is that you're moving, and then I will call for a second.
I'm moving an amendment that's been sent to Mr. Kelly that the plan be endorsed across the LGA, be implemented as per the priorities in the delivery program, for Burnie Park to happen, but to place the remaining locations on the public exhibition for the community to have a chance to have input into the locations at Baker Park, Snake Park, Pioneer Park and Broad Arrow Reserve, and that all proposals give reference to any park-wide master plan prepared for the park with community feedback addressing appropriately in the context of long-term planning.
Thank you. Can I confirm you second it? Okay, thank you. Councillor Magna is the mover. Please speak to the motion if you wish.
Look, as fellow councillors, this is exactly the kind of community investment that we should be prioritising. More public space, more active communities, more opportunities for people to come together and connect. As Randwick grows, we do need to design accessible, high quality recreation spaces, and I believe the proposal does exactly that. That said, I think it could benefit from further community input. There's some questions. I know, speaking for Burnie Park, there is, in the North Ward, there is widespread support. There's a bit of a lame hoop there at the moment with a bit of a dusty patch underneath it, and there's community support for that to be uplifted into a more usable half court, and that's got wide community support. The other locations, I've got no doubt, have community support, but I think if we've learned anything from tonight, it's that community consultation benefits robust decision making, and I think each one of these decisions may have merit, but they'll have even more merit and more buy-in from our community with the benefit of being put on public exhibition, and there may well be other locations that are identified through that process. And so for that reason, I commend this amendment to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch, seconder, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton with a question, and then I'll go to Councillor Rosenfeld.
I'm very happy to support this amendment. I think the courts, whether they're half or full courts, will be really well utilised, particularly by young people in our community. They're great social spaces, particularly sort of for informal games, and there's a little bit of a lack of that kind of informal sporting infrastructure in Randwick, where you can just sort of rock up with a friend and maybe meet some other people. My kids go to UNSW Green, Village Green, to play football, soccer there, and they've got those courts there as well. So these types of facilities are very, very popular, but it's really important to consult with all the stakeholders and community to ensure that they're well located in a place that's going to work. So I think this amendment does that job. I hope everyone will support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I have a question. Just in relation to, I'm seeing a lot of these, citywide planning, even though we just had, we've had about like 4 different tree things come up, makes it a bit patchy. So my question about point D, that all proposal give reference to any park-wide master plan, prepared park, to ensure that any community feedback is addressed appropriately in the context of long-term plan. It's not a great sentence. It's pretty poorly worded, just saying. But park-wide master plan, do we have a park-wide master plan, and is this something that takes away from really the purpose of this report?
Just before I go to the relevant officer, to save Councillor Magna from being thrown under the bus, the poor drafting is mine in haste, so I'm happy to take credit for the rather embarrassing drafting in relation to that. Through to the relevant officer.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I take item D on the motion that when we do consultation or consider the proposal of a court in one of those locations, it is cognizant of any master plan that may exist for the site. I'd take clarification from the councillor, or is the request for a master plan to be developed for each of those sites as well?
Okay, thank you.
The intent of the motion is that the Snake Park, for example, that it be considered in the context of the developments that are already occurring there, and give reference to that. So if there's an amendment, that would be acceptable.
Yep, through to the Director of City Services to give his advice as to any suggested wording change if he believes necessary to provide to the meeting. If you have any suggested changes, or my understanding of point D is that any proposals for basketball courts give reference to any master plans that are in existence, so that they consider those as part of any future proposal. That is my understanding.
Strangely, that accords with my understanding as well, Mr. Mayor. So if we could consider the amendment amended in that form, that would be acceptable.
Thank you.
Amendment. Can I offer an amendment to take out D? I think that this is an overstretch of the purpose of the report. And, you know, Bernie Park was a motion that I put up. We had a fantastic young man come and speak and talk about the need for half courts. And if we overstretch what we're trying to do, every time we ask council to do a report or come back with some information, but then we ask them, oh, while you're there, tell us what's happening with the entire park, then it really does, I think it stretches resources, it takes time, and it really does dilute the purpose of what we're trying to do, and that is to provide more multi-purpose courts for kids to get out and enjoy themselves. So I'll put an amendment forward that we revert back to what's on the business paper if the mover will not take out D.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Hamilton has moved an amendment, so we're now dealing with an amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Okay, seconded by Councillor Burst. Before I go to Councillor Burst, Councillor Veach has a question.
It was just in relation to that wording of D, and I actually think instead of master plan, the word should have been plan of management. And I think actually by law we would be required to reference any plan of management. And from memory also, many of our parks are actually subject to an LGA-wide plan of management. They don't all have an individual plan of management. And some of those are so out of date that I believe they're actually due for a update. Is that correct? So it would be good to leave it if Councillor, if just begging Councillor Hamilton's indulgence, particularly with Snake Park, because there's quite a lot of infrastructure there already. There's more being proposed, and it's actually really essential that that plan of management that any new facility would be considered in relation to an existing or updated plan of management. We couldn't actually go ahead without that.
Thank you. In relation to that, so Councillor Veach has asked a question. I would suggest, and Councillor Veach, if you agree with my kind of summation of that particular question, is through to the Director of City Services that would point D envisage that the plans of management be considered as part of any future proposal, through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that any of those sites identified, if we were to install a half court or a full court, would need to be cognizant of existing plans of management. Council officers would be able to recommend those sites if they were not consistent with the relevant plans of management for each site.
Thank you. Through Councillor Hamilton.
I have a question in relation to page 78 on the business paper, where it clearly states that the policy and legislative requirements, the Local Government Act, the Crown Land Management Act, plans of management, asset management strategy plans. So would that, to me, seems to completely satisfy any requirement for us to do more than what's already on the business paper, and D should be removed.
Through to the Director of, through to the relevant Council Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Councillors. From understanding the debate, my understanding is that Councillor Magna is saying, go ahead with all these, but can you do consultation on Baker, Snape, Pioneer Park and Broad Arrow, and can you make sure it's inconsistent with all our legislative requirements to do that? Councillor Hamilton is correct, that's already been identified in the report. Removing point D still does all that for you, as long as you've got in there, like you have in your proposal, that would do the consultation, which is what we've got.
Okay, in light of that advice, Councillor Magna, what would you like to do?
I'm happy to accept the proposal from Councillor Hamilton to delete paragraph D on the basis of the answer given by.
Okay.
I'm happy to delete paragraph D as suggested by Councillor Hamilton on the basis of the answer that's been given by the General Manager.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's now been incorporated.
So can I just say yes? Oh yeah, you're going to say what I was going to say. My amendment's now been accepted and.
Yes. Yes. Councillor Hamilton's amendment to strike out point D Thank you very much for chairing from the floor. Okay, I think has now been accepted into the amendment, which strikes out point D. We now return to debate on the substantive motion. I have a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld. I'll then go to Councillor Sett.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do 100% support the broad arrow. I wasn't going to support the amendment that Councillor Magna introduced. Fully agree with Councillor Hamilton getting rid of D. Thanks for agreeing to it. But on broad arrow, I do think once the public exhibition goes ahead, it will be quite popular with Central Ward residents. It's an area with quite a few social housing areas near it, and the more recreation that we can provide in this particular area. I like the fact that the proposal is right next to St Mary and Joseph School. There, it's a good location for it, and well away from the markets, of course. I'll be excited to see the correspondence from Central Ward residents once we get to the number 4 on the list, Broad Arrow Reserve.
Councillor Sett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if the mover would consider leaving Burney Park as a year, but the other 4, removing the years, and because we're taking it to the people of community consultation, whichever one gets the most input and the most consultation, we'll just put them in order of the most popular places to put them. Yes. There's no point leaving, as Councillor Rosenfeld said. Actually, one of the probably the basic one there is Broad Arrow Reserve, because there are the people there that will use it. Same with Pioneer Park. So rather than leave it in a reverse order, and actually, as we said before, Snake Park is going through a lot of turbulence, and we don't know where that MUO is going. Well, so maybe we should just remove the dates, the ones that we know we can do, the ones that most people said this is a fantastic idea, listen to the community and actually put them in order of where the community would like to see them first. But leaving Burney Park there. I know, just ask you if you think about removing
just from Councillor Sett's suggestion to remove the dates in relation to it. And then nothing further.
Happy to accept the amendment in the interest of expedience, or the suggestion from Councillor Sett.
Are there any further speakers on the motion as moved? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna, do you wish to close the debate?
Yeah, very briefly. Great that we've got a lot of engagement in relation to this. I think it's going to be a big benefit for our community. And again, I repeat my comments that I think more consultation, more community engagement will only enhance this proposal. Great work that the council officers have done. They've identified the sites. We've got the money. They're staged. We're ready to go. Let's just make sure that we've brought the community along with us and we get that buy-in, and we'll all be better off for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now have CS6/25, supply of automated external defibrillator at Nagle Park, Maroubra, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving, and then I'll call for a seconder.
Move as per the business paper.
Thank you. Moved Rosenfeld, seconded Burst.
Okay, basically I brought this motion to council after speaking to the former president of Randwick Rugby Club, John Taxford, who basically said that there's, you may recall the returning councillors, that there are large crowds that watch the junior rugby matches at Nagle Park through the winter. There's also some not quite as large crowds, but some reasonable crowds watch the cricket through the summer, and we don't have a defibrillator there. There are elderly people, grandparents watching the junior rugby there, and basically it's something that the club's been after for a little while. So thanks to the council officers. I agree that I erred initially for asking it to be inside the amenities block, and I'm more than happy for it, the proposal as per the business paper to be outside the amenities block, and look forward to it coming into fruition in the coming weeks, in the coming months. Thank you.
Councillor Burst.
As we have an AED down at Little Bay, and hopefully we don't need to use it, but having one at a sporting venue is a great thing, and it's keeping our community safe is number one, and it's another welcome addition to our council facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the relevant officer. When we were placing defibrillators years ago, they were inside buildings, because I'm just wondering if the policy's changed, because we were afraid of maintenance issues and also vandalism, etc. Because if the battery was flat and it was our responsibility because we put it up, or if someone had vandalised it and stolen it and someone did have a heart attack, it became our problem. Has the policy changed where now the clubs look after it, making sure that it's maintained?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't say that there has been policy change. What has changed over the years is historically clubs themselves received grants to supply or to have a AED installed, and the device was the responsibility of the club, and therefore they stored it within their clubhouse for their use. And their care and control now, based off this resolution of council will be installing these AEDs, and therefore they need to be publicly accessible. We have secured devices that have back-to-base monitoring, so we know when they need calibration and maintenance.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate?
Just very briefly, just to say that I noticed that the defibrillator at Heffron Park near the synthetic ground, I do walk past it a fair bit, and I see that it has never been really tampered with. So I'm confident that the same will be for Nagle. So, yeah. Yeah, but no. Yeah. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS7/25, management of share bikes, challenged by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Martin, could you please outline what it is that you are moving?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to speak to it before I move my amendment.
Yep.
Thank you. I do have an amendment to the proposed recommendation on the business paper, but I'd like to thank the council officers for their efforts in putting together this report tonight. I'm sure we all agree that addressing the parking issue of these bikes is well overdue. I fully agree there is a purpose for e-bikes and e-scooters in our community. In fact, just last week I downloaded the Lime app, took a bike for a ride and parked it in the wrong spot just to see what would happen. But we have to get the balance right, and I feel we are far from that at the moment. We all recognise the state government's regulations are insufficient. Until they are changed, I feel it is our responsibility as a council to do everything we can to address the parking issue for our community. We've heard from Mr. Peters tonight from Lime Bikes, and it appears to me that he's more than willing to work with council officers on this issue. Therefore, I'd like to move an amendment to the business paper, and Mr. Kelly has hopefully got it before him. Before you, Mr. Kelly, yes? It's all right, okay. So would you like me to read it through, or
yes.
Are you happy to? Okay.
Yes, please.
So in A, I'm just wanting to delete "it is noted" and just put "noted." Then I'm requesting we're going to delete B, C and D and replace it with a new B. The new B will be to prepare a draft memorandum of understanding between council and shared e-bike providers, committing both parties to identify the minimum standards for response to community concerns about share e-bikes where parked unsafely and untidily. Request share e-bike providers to commence enforcement of poor parking and educate users on riding and parking etiquette. Agree appropriate areas for geofencing to prohibit share bike operations. Agree arrangements for dedicated shared e-bike parking bay, including the use of bicycle racks, stencils, no stopping and no parking zones, or art at high priority preferred parking areas, and relocation of public domain, including on-street and off-street land, to be better guided shared e-bike users. Agree that these parking arrangements should be widely and frequently available and well signposted. We have then E now becomes C, so the original E now becomes C. Any additional shared bike providers be dissuaded from commencing operations with the Randwick LGA until such time as New South Wales Government has formalised its proposed legislation and system for the management of shared e-bike and scooters. We have F becomes D. Council kept informed of the TFNSW, develops its innovative approaches to the challenge of managing e-bikes. And I'm going to add in E, copies of this motion to be sent to the Ministers for Roads, Transport and the Parliamentary Secretary for Roads and Transport.
Thank you. The second, is there anything further that you wish to say, Councillor Mountain?
Okay. It's essentially the amendment is just to prepare a memorandum of understanding between council and shared e-bike providers, committing both parties to work together for the benefit of our residents. I feel this potentially and hopefully can be achieved before any state government regulations are finally in place.
Councillor Hamilton is the second. My apologies. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So long as the Mayor stays awake, we'll be okay. I hope that everybody can recognise that what Councillor Martin has done is kept very much the same as what's been proposed as a recommendation on the business paper. So B, C and D, that it's organised in a way that it's shortened into shorter sentences mostly, but the majority of the motive around this is the memorandum of understanding. And we heard from Mr. Peters from Lyme, and he answered some really, challenging questions. I thought very, very well. It seems to me like the e-bike provider has a track record of tidying up, and they are working on newer technology to help improve the service that they're providing. I think the points that he made were about enhanced user education, and this is something that Councillor Martin raised in her original motion about education, because we don't want the bikes to go away. We just want people to know where to pick them up from, where to drop them off from, and ensure that that's clearly made very clear to the users. So, and I particularly thought that the statistic that he shared with us about parking tidiness had improved over 40% in London. So if we take some of that learnings from London and we apply it to Coogee, I think that, and also surrounds Randwick, that's a fantastic thing as well. And what I would like to highlight is this sort of industry was a disruptive industry many years ago, and everyone was really shocked that we were going to get, Uber delivered to the door, and we were going to have go-get cars, and now we've got e-bikes. But this is the future, and I really believe that this is an excellent way for us to embrace this technology and embrace this new transport method that I know it does frustrate people. I know it is very upsetting sometimes to people. But when we think about when Go-Get started, the uproar when the council decided to take away car parking places across the LGA and designate them to Go-Gets, and then basically mark them out as Go-Gets. This is very similar to what we're proposing here, and that is to take up public space and assign it to e-bike parking. So it's almost an identical transition from this idea of shared transport to markings and making it user-friendly and education around it. And Go-Get is such a saviour. We used it a lot when we come back from overseas before we bought a car. So I think this is, to me, it seems like a natural progression to where we should be working with the e-bike providers to ensure that people in the area understand the usage, the penalties. He talked about penalties, which is good, and also the use of helmets, which was really interesting I know a lot of us know it if we've been overseas and we've seen people riding without a helmet, but it's interesting to know that this is part of their core business to keep people safe on these bikes, and that they, have 3 main countries that have it as a mandate, so they have to accommodate that as well. So overall, I believe that there's a really solid argument that we stick with the amendment that Councillor Martin has proposed.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Veach, I actually think unless you have a question, there are a range of questions in relation to this. I saw Councillor Gordon first, then I'll go to Councillor Wellington, and then I have a question. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question through you to the Director of City Services. Has Council prepared, or is Council in the process of preparing a memorandum of understanding already with the share bike providers?
Through to the the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council's been having discussions with the share bike operators about doing an MOU with them. So that's progress, but we actually haven't had council endorsers doing something like that. So there's been discussions, but not a council endorsement to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. My question is about cost. The provision of parking spaces for bikes and visual signs and other things will incur some cost. Is that a responsibility of the e-bike company, or is that a responsibility of council, or a shared responsibility? And obviously an MOU is not a binding agreement or a contract. How will that be negotiated?
Thank you. Through to the General
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently that would be seen as a council cost, not something from the e-bikes. The MOU would be, until state legislation comes in, would be an agreement between the council and the operators to do that. There is some willingness for them to do that in talking to council, and the key to it, as the speaker spoke about, was actually identifying geo-grid areas, or that people can easily identify, saying that this were appropriate park ride bike.
Through Councillor Hamilton.
Through to the relevant officer, just to follow up on the question, I thought Councillor Wellington's question was really good around cost. During the negotiations, excuse me, and during the discussions, have the providers ever suggested that they would help share the cost burden? Has that ever been mentioned?
Through to the General Manager.
It's more discussions than negotiations at this stage. It's so early, and that hasn't been a conversation. It's been about council providing a space for them, and then how could we identify that particular space.
So then, as a follow-up, because your response to Councillor Wellington was that at this stage you believe that council would be bearing the cost, but could you see during your negotiations that there would be any possibility that the e-bike provider would share, or would that be something that you would include in your negotiations, that the cost would be shared in some way?
So certainly when council gets down to negotiations, we can put that in there, but we'd be looking at, because they're in such high profile, prominent areas, that we're not just going to put bicycle hoops there. We'd like to put some sort of public art to make it attractive for them when there aren't the e-bikes there. Certainly can have that conversation. I think for the council, it would be important for the negotiations that we'd like to get the bikes managed. We'd like to get them to come and collect them quickly. We'd like to get them so that if people aren't doing the right things, they find those people, so they get them to do the right thing, so that we actually don't have the visual pollution that we currently have now. It's probably more important for us as the organisation, and hopefully the councillors, to resolve those issues for the community. Not saying that we can't have that conversation, but I think that's something that we could actually use. It's not that much money we're talking about. It's more about putting the hoops in is not much money that you currently see outside High Cross Park. But if we want to make it something with a bit of public art, like you see those bicycle wraps where they look like bicycles, for people that you might want to, that's the sort of thing that we're asking Katie's team to turn their mind to, and how we would actually do that.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Wilson. With a question? No, to speak. Questions take precedence. Councillor Wilson.
At point B, at the second dot point,
it reads currently, request share bike providers to commence enforcement of poor parking. What does that mean? How do we enforce poor parking?
Through to the. Is that a question to the mover, or is it a question to the?
It's a question to the mover.
Okay, to the mover.
Can I just call a point of order? I don't think that. Well, first, I think that the speaker, Mr. Peters, answered questions and gave a very lengthy explanation of how they've tidied up and what they do to try and enforce tidying up. And I just don't know whether the mover needs to answer such a detailed question in relation to the provider.
Okay, thank you.
It's the wording. I don't understand how we can enforce poor parking.
Okay, so
it reads to me as if we are forcing people to park poorly, and I'd like it to be reworded.
Thank you. So, okay, just hold on. Thank you. So, we actually had a point of order in relation to from Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton's point of order went to the substance of the question rather than whether or not she is able to Councillor Wilson is actually able to ask the question under the code. She clearly can, in relation, ask a question of the mover. It's a matter for the mover how and if she wishes to answer said question. So, Councillor Martin, do you wish to answer said question from Councillor Wilson?
My understanding with my conversations with Mr. Peters is they are going to start with this geofencing and the marking and the bikes. We've seen stencils that they're going to put on roadways. If the bikes are not returned to that particular area, they're going to start enforcing people that don't do that and issuing penalties.
Well, wouldn't we then say commence enforcement of parking regulation?
Thank you.
I'm happy to do that if it makes you happy. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Councillor Veach, who has very patiently been waiting, I have just one follow-up question in relation to this. My question relates to point B, prepare a draft memorandum of understanding between council and the shared e-bike providers, committing both parties to, and then a range of bullet points. My question through to the general manager or the director of city services is in your interpretation that council would need to consider a subsequent memorandum of understanding, or by simply voting on this, we would delegate the power to you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, either way, I'll bring it back to council for councillors to see what the final result would be of that particular memorandum. And I might add that there are Victorian councils that actually have this in place now.
Okay. So can I ask one follow-up? Would you bring that back prior or after the execution of the MOU?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd bring it back prior, so I'd get all the terms agreed to, bring it back to the councillors for you to see that, and then for council to enter into that MOU.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm going to move an amendment to, as per the staff recommendation on the business papers. And the reason for that, look, I think many of the amendments are largely in agreement with what was on the business papers. However, the thing that has been removed is I don't think it's appropriate to go into an MOU with the bike companies before we've actually seen a response to the New South Wales Government inquiry. We have not seen that report. We don't know what's in it. We don't know what legislation or guidelines or regulations are going to be imposed. And so I don't think it's appropriate to go, perhaps it will be after that and we've seen them, then we can go into an MOU, which it sounds like is already under discussion anyway. But we should not be having an MOU before this inquiry has come down. So that is the reason why I will be moving as per the business papers. We have also received some responses from different members of the community on this, and so this is what they're expecting us to vote on. So I urge you to support that. Thank you. Would you accept that?
There's a Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Magna, and then I'll go to Councillor Gordon.
Oh, I'm seconding, but if you... All right, I move to second the resolution as per the business paper, and if I can speak very briefly to that. The council officers have done a lot of work. They've done a lot of consultation. They've been engaged in the parliamentary inquiry, which has been engaged with these e-bike providers. There's a lot of good work and consultation that is already underway at a city-wide level. There is a series of recommendations that are coming out of that parliamentary inquiry already that this council, along with all the other councils, will be responding to. We've consulted Bike East in relation to this business paper recommendation. I think the truth of it is that the Liberals on this and the amendment, perhaps it's well intended, but we have got an incredible success story in mobility. We have got numbers up from 127,000 trips in 2023 to 190,000 trips in 2024. This isn't a trend. This is a transport revolution that is happening here. The people that are using these bikes are, as the person from Line Bike said, alleviating the parking pressures that are directed, that have animated a number of members of the community. And for Hamilton and Martin to bring a ill-considered resolution that dilutes the it is. It's poorly drafted, it's poorly thought out, and the
Point of
paper
order.
from the business...
Okay, there is a point of order from Councillor Burst.
11.5D.
Would you like to elaborate what 11.5D is? Oh.
Yes. That was...
Okay. What?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for...
Councillor Hamilton, I was about to rule in Councillor Burst's favour, but you are giving me some apprehension as to my judgment in relation to that. What I will do is I will advise Councillor Magda to return to the substance of the motion and of the amendment and generally to suggest he stick to the text in relation to it.
Let's back the motion. Let's Randwick be a part of this e-mobility revolution. Let's engage with the New South Wales government and the parliamentary inquiry and the recommendations arising out of that, and stick with the resolution that has been moved on the business papers. Commend the business paper resolution to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Actually,
Yeah,
I actually think I had a hand up from Councillor Gordon before, but can I just get an idea what it was that you were seeking to do?
Oh, speak on the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Gordon was first.
Oh no, I was just going on for a second, so
Yeah, no, that's fine. Councillor Hamilton, or yours?
Okay, so in response to remarks that are really not becoming, what I note in Councillor Martin's amendment is almost identical points, B, C and D, but they've been structured in a way, and I know that it might be difficult, especially for new councillors, to read things quickly and grasp them, because this was thrown at all of you on the night rather than ahead of time. It's not a notice of motion, it's an amendment, and so that means it can come up on the screen on the night rather than giving you a prior notice and then time to read it and understand it. But what Councillor Martin is putting forward is that the exact same point, A, that we note that the New South Wales government is, it's on them to respond to the Portfolio Committee report. And then, as I said, the remaining 3 points in the middle of this, and it's sort of like the guts of the recommendations, are listed here. And we heard from the General Manager that this is, in fact, no different to what they're already doing. And the General Manager, after questioning from councillors on the floor, responded that we've never as a council voted to instruct the council to prepare a MOU and to go into formal negotiations. And so by doing this, by agreeing to Councillor Martin's motion, we are instructing the council staff to undertake formal negotiations that would result in an MOU. So at the end of the day, we want everything that the council staff are recommending, but in addition, we are giving them carriage, we are giving them the authority to continue their negotiations to a resulting end of an MOU. So a memorandum of understanding, this language might not be very familiar to some people in the room and they might not understand wording and sentence structure, but this is a really sensible way of outlining some of the agreements that we're requesting the council staff to negotiate on our behalf, on residents' behalf, because of the problems that they've had with parking unsafely and untidily, that they've had with enforcement of poor parking. So we're saying to our council staff, speak to the e-bike providers and make them come up with better solutions and educate users on how to properly stow the bikes. Can you do that? And the council staff can do that, and they will do that. Agree to the geofencing, that's already underway. So this is already exactly part of this recommendation. It's just, all it is structuring it in dot points. I don't know how you can't understand dot points. And then the parking bays. We already have that in here as well. Agree that they will be widely and frequently available and well signposted. I just mentioned that when Go Get started and when we started taking away people's car parking spaces in the street and we dedicated them to share riding, people were not happy. Now, move ahead 10 years, and I'm sure it's been 10 or 11 years since we had Go Get dedicated parking spaces for shared transport, and that's what we have right now. And as I said before, this is a sensible progression of the e-bike and the share bike economy, this transport mode that people, as we can see from Mr. Peters's report to us, that it has been taken up much more widely and across many LGAs. So I believe that we should vote down this amendment because it really is a little bit too broad in a brush, and get to the specifics of Councillor Martin's amendment and allow the directors and the staff to continue the good work that they're doing and give them the authority to move toward an MOU. Before I finish, I'll ask one final question. Is this the motion, not the amendment, the authority, voting through Councillor Martin's motion, would that give the directors and the staff the authority to continue negotiations resulting in an MOU?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Hay.
Some words were spoken about the concept of going into a memorandum of understanding rather than sitting back and waiting for the inquiry report. Firstly, we have as our motto, Semper Prima, always first. It's I know Councillor De Souza likes to bring that one up sometimes. As it happens, we actually won't be first on this because this came before Waverley Council last week. And there, Waverley Council voted to go into a memorandum of understanding, and that was unanimously supported. So Liberal, Labor, Green and Independent councillors all voted to go into memorandum of understanding. This gives us the opportunity, if we wish to go into a memorandum of understanding with Waverley as appropriate, we could do a joint thing, but more importantly, we won't be left behind. And the criticism of the concept of going into an MOU as being poorly thought out is is something I do not stand by, and I don't support his criticism of the Greens and Labor councillors on Waverley Council who wanted a memorandum of understanding for their LGA. It's uncontroversial there, it should be uncontroversial here. We should look to make the amendment as put by Councillor Martin, and I do not support the Beach Magna amendment.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment Veach Magna? You can't speak on your amendment twice. No. Okay, there being no further speakers on the amendment, I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour? There's been a call from a division. Moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld for the division. All those in favour of the amendment Veach Magna? We have Councillor Willington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, Luxford. Yep. We've got Councillor Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza, and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, and Burst. Councillor Veach now takes carriage of the motion. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, as the mover of the original motion, do you wish to close the debate? I know it doesn't make sense. Yeah, no, Councillor Martin does not wish to close the debate. We'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? There's been a request for a division. Moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza, and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, and Burst. I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS9/25, improving drainage options, challenged by Councillor Said. Do I have a seconded? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Said. I saw Councillor D'Souza. Sorry, Councillor Said.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to, sorry, Mr. Kelly, but I'd like to move this in a slightly amended fashion. I'm trying to change a few words in point A. So I'll bear with you to give you a chance. But it's Anzac Parade between Hillary Parade and Lawson Street, so that hasn't changed. Be considered in the 25/26 budget. Capital Works program for design and construction of the roadway to further minimise ponding depths. Got that? Nope. You want me to do it again? Okay, so I'll do it slower. So Anzac Parade between Hillary Parade and Lawson Street hasn't changed. To be considered in the 25/26 budget. Capital Works program for design and construction of the roadway to further minimise ponding depths.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. And why we do this, Mr. Mayor, is that this actual section of the road at Anzac Parade the study has qualified that it is actually at the point of being catastrophic to extreme. In the studies based on Council's risk assessment, 6.22, it was rated catastrophic, and it also, the risk maximum was extreme. So to do, what we really do need to do this is that rather than wait for a few years, if it rains like we have had in the past, the places along there, the houses along Anzac Parade will flood, causing lots of damage. There was one house that had nearly $100,000 worth of damage recently. Also, at the same time, we this actual point on the eastern side of Anzac Parade, water flowed through Anzac Parade to the medium strip, actually putting sand on Anzac Parade, and one lane was closed for a while. Also, at the same time, it floods onto Pioneer Park, and Council just invested a lot of money into Pioneer Park. It's one of our premium parks now, and it'd be a shame that during a weather event that this would be ruined again for another time. So all I ask for, Mr Mayor, and no change to point B, is that this be considered to be more urgent than leaving it to be considered in future endeavours.
Thank you. Before I go to the seconder, can I just get some clarification from either the Director of City Services or the General Manager as to the effect of the inclusion of to be considered in 25-26 Budget or Capital Works Program, please?
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, the Capital Works drainage budget is considerate of capital investment for intervention works relative to the impact on property. Anzac Parade, in the scheme of Council's drainage program, is not on the list by way of priority in terms of the impact once we intervene on the number of houses. We would have to bring back a report to Council potentially in April, just to give Council an understanding of that prioritisation and what project that was nominated or Council soon to see for 25-26 would need to be substituted for Anzac Parade.
On that basis, Mr Mayor, I'll just put to bring back a report. Instead of to be considered, to bring back a report to include in the 25-26 budget.
Okay. Yep, there's a question as to the effect of it. Councillor Veach.
I'm just not quite sure how that would work, because the budget will be coming, you know, to the next meeting, so I don't see how we can possibly have a report. I just don't know. I understand Councillor said sentiments, but I'm not sure I can really support this, because there's so many locations in our LGA that are subjected to flooding, and I just don't know that it's appropriate to prioritise one individual location on the floor of a council meeting with no notice. We really, you know, we've got all the flood studies, that's what they're there for. So, and we've seen in the report they need to build a 180 metre long sandstone wall, like it's going to cost a fortune and have really massive, huge impacts in that area. I can't support the motion. I would support the motion as per the business papers, even though it's disappointing for the people in Lenthal Street as well, but I think that was also just incredibly difficult.
Thank you. Are there any further? Councillor De Souza is the second. Sorry,
Just change it there. Mr Mayor, seeing that, I'd rather not lose it to be considered at all, so I'll remove to be considered in the leave it to just considered in take away 25-26 and go back to the original motion and
as per the business paper.
As per the business paper, and I suppose we'll just lose out again to the residents of South.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there were residents who were here before. They sat there quietly. They forgot to register a speaker, but I told them we'll speak on their behalf. All they were asking, these are people that have been suffering for a long time. Joe Engineering was there earlier, and Mr Brownlee, our General Manager. They've actually addressed the concerns of our residents the best that they can. The problem is the drainage system that's there. The houses that were there, the drainage system that exists is not powerful or strong enough to do what it was supposed to do. Council continually cleans the streets, clears the drains, but these people, when it rains heavily, and it has been raining heavily for a long time, they have to rush out to save their cars, to stop the houses from flooding. In this stage of our lives and in this time, that shouldn't occur. There were councillors that wanted the median strip, the green, which permeates when it rains, absorbs the moisture, etc. Asphalting it or concreting stops things like that from occurring. So we need to leave those green spaces the way they are. But in doing so...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Can I
will hear the point of order,
Point
yes.
of order is Councillor De Souza. I'd like him to reference which actual councillors said they were going to put asphalt and concrete in the medium strip. Can you please reference when that was said?
All right. What I will do is I will say to Councillor D'Souza that you need to be directly relevant to the motion which is in front of us. And I would suggest that this is a motion which relates to drainage and not any other items. Before I go back to you, Councillor Luxford, did you have anything further to the point of order? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I wasn't referencing to anybody. All I was saying is that concreting and asphalting does stop permeation of water and rainwater.
Sorry, hold on. Councillor Luxford has a point of order.
Yeah, Councillor D'Souza keeps referring to concrete and asphalt, where it's not referenced anywhere. So what's his point here with concrete and asphalt? He seems fixated on green spaces being taken up by concrete and asphalt.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, please continue. I will just seek some advice in relation to the point of order.
Mr. Mayor, all I'm saying is that we need green spaces that absorb the water, and in this case, it's proved that the drainage system has failed our residents. Now, when it comes to point A, we talk Anzac Parade between so and so and so and so in a future capital works program for design and construction. All our residents are asking us is instead of the word future, they say we need it now, not in the future. That's what we're trying to say. We need it now, not in the future. I'm aware of budgetary constraints, but this is a community need. This isn't we've tried Band-Aid solutions. We have residents rushing out, moving their cars, cleaning the drains. We have the wonderful council staff, Joe's not here now, but the wonderful council staff assisting our residents. Now, but it's not enough. It's not right. We've had, cyclones up north. We know damage that rainwater can do. We know what can happen when climatic conditions change. Now, they're doing something about it. Our residents are saying, Mr. Mayor, let's do something bad for us as well. They've been suffering for a long time. I'm sure our general manager, us director of city services, the manager, Joe Engineering, they're all aware of this and they're doing the best they can. So all they're saying is let's replace a future capital works program with we need it right now. And that's all they're saying. That's all we're trying to say. Okay, Mr. Mayor. That's all we're trying to say. That's all they want.
Thank you. Sorry, just before we move on, I did endeavour to rule on the particular point of order as raised by Councillor Luxford. I have sought clarification from the General Manager. In relation to it, having heard the broad amount of what Councillor D'Souza was saying, I take it that he was referring to the concreting or asphalting of properties within the vicinity in relation to it, and not relating to other parking related things. So therefore, I do not. However, if it was relating to parking related things, I would have upheld the point of order. That is what I heard. Taking clarification in relation to that. I'm happy to take further to the point of order, Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, 15.11E, saying things inconsistent with keeping order in the meeting.
Yeah, in relation to that, I was just dealing with the order in relation to the meeting. We now have another separate procedural motion to put the motion. So it is the question that the motion be put. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Magna. Okay, all those in favour of putting the motion? Aye. All those against? Okay, declare that carried. I will, with the indulgence, allow the question from Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, your question?
Okay, so in relation to Lenthal Street, which is now going to be considered holistically in the future, which future are we talking about and when? Because we really have a serious problem there at Lenthal Street which stops the flow of the east-west traffic every time it rains. I've had to get the drains cleared, I don't know how many times I call Todd, and then we can't even get home because we're blocked off, we're completely flooded. Cars cannot pass through that underpass of Lenthal Street and Epsom Road where it meets. And the house that is right there on the bend had to make their driveway go uphill in order not to flood their house out, because it consistently flooded every time it rained. So what I want to know is which future are we talking about? When are we going to fix that problem that has been a problem for the last 50 years?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. The Lenthal Street Kensington drainage issue is a significant one, no doubt, and it has been part of the flood study for the area as in accordance with the resolution of council. We had applied for a grant funding to intervene at that location. We were not successful in that grant funding. The cost of intervention there is currently considered not feasible, but we are looking at ways to try and mitigate the flooding impact. So to the question, it's something that we will come back to council on in light of all of the flooding matters that council's facing in and around the LGA and the prioritisation, so council can make a decision on where we allocate our financial investment first.
So we can safely say we'll wait another 50 years for this to be fixed.
So councillors, there being no further debate, Councillor Burst, you have a question, I'll allow a question.
And my question is through the relevant officer. So I'm assuming in that Lenthal Kensington area, it's a low-lying area, and when you get high tides, a lot of rain, all the stormwater drains that run out in the Botany Bay are charged, and so they backflow. So I suppose that's a challenge we've got to fix that area in the future.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I would respond to that, just noting that Sydney Water and the relevant state authorities are also considering this matter, given the scale.
Thank you. Councillor Said, as the mover of the motion, you have a right of reply. Okay, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC6/25 Community Investment Program. I need a mover of the motion. It was challenged by Councillor Magna. Councillor Magna, do you still wish to challenge it? As per the business paper, do I have a seconder? Councillor Wellington, do you wish to speak to it? Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We'll now wait for Councillor Veach to return. Thank you. CC7/25 Draft Reconciliation Action Plan, challenged by Councillor Veach. Could you please outline what it is you're moving?
I would like to move as per the recommendation on the business papers.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor D'Souza.
I'd just like to commend all of the officers and community members who have worked so hard to put this draft together. It's appropriate that it goes on public exhibition for feedback from the community. I'm looking forward to seeing also how the RAP committee will work in tandem with the Aboriginal Consultative Advisory Committee. So I look forward to getting more information on that. But once again, this will be a landmark document that will, serve our community for many years to come. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor D'Souza and then Councillor Luxford. Did you have your hand?
So this means we'll have two separate committees.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Aboriginal Advisory Committee and then the RAP Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And will people be being paid to be on the RAP committee?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. No, at this stage, there's no recommendation for remuneration for either.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, do you wish to close the debate? No? Okay, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO 14/25 monthly financial reports, challenged by Councillor Burst.
My question is through the relevant officer. On page 190, under the 24-25 financial performance summary, I noticed that there's a $30 million increase in income from continuing operations. So through the relevant officer, if you could possibly answer where that's come from or how, it's good to see, but
Through to the Chief Financial Officer.
page 190.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The difference between the original budget and the current budget, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
All right, so that was reflected in our last QBRS, which was in the last council meeting. The biggest movements are things like capital grants and contributions, and also the increase in investment income.
So it amounted to about 30 mil?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you, you've answered that. All right.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton is the seconder. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. CO 16/25 Algua 2025 Annual Conference, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Martin.
I'm moving it as per the recommendation on the business paper because, shouldn't be any fighting with this one. But I do have a question in relation to Randwick Council's application or its submission to contest to hold an Algua conference.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have been in touch with the ALGA office, who have advised that council is able to indicate an interest in bidding for the 2026 conference later in the year, and they'll be letting us know when the expressions of interest are available.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that's really wonderful, and I know that our staff, Kate and the staff, will put up a fantastic submission, and I hope that we do get it. And I'd encourage all female councillors on council here to attend. It's a really well structured and run couple of days, and with excellent speakers every time I've been, so I encourage everyone.
Councillor Martin is the seconder. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I take it you don't wish to reply. Now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, having finished with the staff reports, I propose that we have a 10-minute break and return at 10:16 p.m. Thank you. Councillors, here's your 30-second warning. Yeah, I like that one. All right. Oh. Sorry. Councillors, I reopen the ordinary council meeting at 10:25 p.m. And we now move to motions pursuant to notice. NM 20/25, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, parking solution in Clovelly.
Thank you. I think that the Speaker, Jason Young, did a great job of expressing the sentiments of the residents in Clovelly, and fortunately for the purposes of tonight, we discussed it, and as you all heard, he thinks this is a great idea to go across all of Randwick. So what I might do is just amend this so that council investigate parking options that all non-residential street frontages across Randwick LGA. And then the title of the motion needs to change, so parking solution in Randwick. And then that way we can investigate parking options and just look across. Oh, thanks. And I think that given that parking is a huge issue, I believe that everyone should just support it. I don't think there's much more to say, really.
Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder.
Yeah, fully support this. Fully great to hear that the speaker about the issues. But yes, there are issues across the Randwick LGA, and we really need to address it. So great motion.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Said. I'll then go to Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask the councillor if we can expand it a bit more and do a study, because as most councillors know, we removed the parking in the middle of Anzac Parade, and and there's been on social media hundreds of comments about boats and caravans and trailers in front of their houses now and along, especially along streets that are near parks. I've got three caravans there now. And also I just received before this meeting tonight someone who's got a boat out the front of their place and simply wants to know how this ridiculous situation can be fixed. So I'm just asking, in essence of trying to fix it, that we do it over all parking. I know we're limited to if caravans, etc., have to be moved every 28 days, but we really do need to look into how we stop the boats now that are trying desperately, and the caravans, etc., and the cars that were in that medium strip, where they're going to be going and how we're going to mitigate it, because it's going to become a nightmare. Anyone's been reading the social media, they'll know everyone's absolutely desperate to get these boats and caravans and everything off the streets, off residential streets. One lady in a street that you can hardly fit a cat in has 3 boats in there. So we really do need to, but unfortunately, if this could mean, if we move it only vehicles, some spots that could probably take caravans, like along Malabar Road now, there's a lot of the Anzac Parade ones have moved there, and there's on Sunday I saw 7 caravans and 3 boats and 2 trucks. But it's in an area that really doesn't matter. There's no residential houses there that backs onto it. So there are some places that actually could handle the parking of these vehicles. But if we limit the parking to just cars, sometimes we might be making it too limiting. So all I'm saying is that we need to expand to actually bring back a report and looking at all the options about parking, whether it be residential parking, whether it be where do we put all these, can we put the boats and caravans somewhere, can we do something, just a matter of getting them off residential streets. And parks, because they're all using up. Throughout the LGA, virtually every park and every spot, as you've said there, it's completely right, you've got it there, but there needs to be, when they're moved from there, where will they be going to? And we need to address solutions rather than just phrases and trying to placate a few people in the LGA. We actually do need to address where all these things are going, and we need to know, maybe bring back a report on once that works, where do they all go to?
Okay.
I'm just asking if you would do that, like if you could rephrase it, you come up with a good idea. I'll give it to you, sorry Mr Mayor, I'll give it to you very straight. If you do that with the vehicles only in certain areas, that leaves absolutely nowhere for some of these caravans, and they'll go into residential streets because you're banning them from next to street frontages there. No, no parking vehicles.
Sir, could I just interrupt? I have a suggestion which may be able to progress this particular one, subject to Councillor Hamilton's acceptance or not. It's a matter for her. Could I suggest that the motion be amended to the words that Council investigate the parking option that all non-residential street frontages across the Randwick LGA have no parking motor vehicles accepted signs installed as part of a comprehensive citywide strategy to address boats and trailers across the Randwick LGA.
Yes, thank you, Councillor said. That sounds perfect.
Thank you very much. Are there any further speakers? Yep. Actually, Councillor Wellington actually had her hand up, and then I'll go to Councillor Veach.
No, I was going to change it like...
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Veach.
Yeah, my question still is slightly along the lines of Councillor Said's, which was, I just wonder if it could be slightly amended to discourage, just remove the reference to non-residential street frontages. I guess my question's directed to Councillor Hamilton, just so we look at all of the options, because I think we all agree with it and want the problem solved, but I'm just a little bit worried that people may end up parking these boats and trailers in residential streets if they're directed from the non-residential ones. And just, if it could just be a little bit more general. And I just have a question through.
Okay, before we do that, just before we do that, you've asked a question to the mover.
Yeah.
First, so we'll direct that to the mover. Councillor Veach.
I need to redirect it because I believe that what I'm proposing here is just to investigate parking options. So that precedes all other things in this paragraph. So, and that all non-residential street frontages across LGA have the no parking motor vehicles accepted. My question through to the relevant officer is taking out all non-residential, is that what you're saying? All non-residential. Will that impede the basic premise of what I'm trying to do, and that is against parks, against the cemetery, that kind of thing? That's my question.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I read the current motion that is on the screen as investigation of all non-residential street frontages, so areas like cemeteries and parks where we don't have property boundary or front fences, front gate entries adjacent to the roadway. Should all non-residential be removed, so options that street frontages across the LGA. As I've said to council in the past, we have over 300 kilometres of road. That would be a considered exercise.
Thank you very much. So I will leave it just as it is. I think that what I'm hearing in this new term is we're trying to do all of Randwick LGA things, and we're trying to cover everything. But we would stretch our resources ridiculously thin if we continue to do this and continue to push for this all or nothing kind of strategy. And so it is all non-residential, as I said, parks and the cemetery and all the different strips of road that it's impacting the residents in the area, and it's impacting across the whole LGA. So let's just take a look at all of those sections and look at some options. That's what I'm asking.
There's another. Oh, you'd like to speak to it?
Look, I would really like to see a motion on this that we could all vote for, but I'm actually very concerned about just specifying non-residential, because it's literally going to cause people to push into, because even though there are some spots such as Boundary Street where it is an issue, there are some, probably quite a few places in our LGA where people are parking in some of these areas near the cemeteries and so on, where they're actually not really getting in people's way. And then they're going to have to move. I mean, if we're going to ban parking in all these non-residential frontages, then they're literally not going to have any choice but to move in front of people's residences. So I would just ask Councillor Hamilton again if she would consider just making it a bit more general because I don't think I can support it as it's currently worded.
Look, I think it's general enough in the sense that it's about investigating parking options at those particular zones that are now, stretched this motion from Clovelly all the way down to La Perouse now. So they're going to have a look all the way through the whole LGA at all of these non-residential areas, and they're going to look at some options. What this is proposing is that motor vehicles can park there. This is what residents need. They need more parking places around these areas, and the buses and trailers, buses there are, but the boats and trailers and everything are taking up the very much needed parking places for motor vehicles. And so where the boats and the trailers and go, we have a Boat Impounding Act as well, which is my first motion to council in 2017. So the Boat Impounding Act will trigger people to call up. If there's someone else's boat is right out front of your house, you can ring up and you get it taken away. So, but the issue that I'm trying to resolve is how many car parking places are available to residents across the LGA. They're just not there, and they're taking it up. And to my motion from last year, I think where I was asking for an in-depth study on the boundary road at the cemetery. In that case, we had a boat there with Victorian number plates, and it had been there for months. So all the residents couldn't park there, and it's also a hazard because it was jutting out. We have buses going up and down that road. So I'm leaving it as is.
You don't get to say no. He gets to move that it be put. There is a... Well, I understand that. There's still a procedural motion which is there. The procedural motion moved Rosenfeld, seconded by who? Councillor Hamilton. Just to be clear, if you want debate to continue, you just vote no against the procedural motion. If you want to put the question, then you vote yes. Okay, all those in favour of the procedural motion that it be put?
Yes.
All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. I declare the motion, that the procedural motion that it be put lost. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wellington.
I'd like to amend the motion. Mr. Kelly, you have my amendment that I sent earlier. And the amendment is that we keep investigate parking option at all non-residential street frontages in Clovelly, have that no parking motor vehicle accepted signs installed, and then we add B, council notes that boats and trailers are parked long-term on streets in all suburbs across Randwick LGA, thereby reducing the availability of on-street parking, and requests a report from council officers about options to discourage boat and trailer parking on streets and public land in the Randwick LGA. This amendment preserves...
I accept the amendment. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you. There being nothing further. Are there any further? Is there any? Thank you. So hold, Councillor. There is a hand up from Councillor Luxford.
A question. The report I'm just curious about the report here from council officers about options to discourage when we can't really discourage because they're licensed, it's licensed. So if it's licensed, we can't really discourage parking, can we? Because they're allowed to park. And we know they can only be there for 28 days, but from my own personal experience, they could be there for 3 months before it even moves. So, yeah, I'm not sure about point C there. And my other question is, what do we use the top end of the depot for, where the old concrete plant was?
Through to the relevant officer if he dares to answer it.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. So the second question, in terms of the depot council staff use that area of the depot to park our council fleet. The first question, if you could just repeat, I've lost the first question from the second question.
Councillor Luxford, could you please repeat your question?
To clarify on point C, because a report to discourage just seems a bit useless or time wasting.
To the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. I read item C in the motion on the screen as seeking a report back from council officers regards to regulatory and enforcement options that would control or deter boat and trailer parking on streets on public land.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, Councillor said.
Actually, going back to, sorry, it's a question because it goes back to what Councillor Beach was saying. The ambiguity in all this is, and this is my question to the council officers, if we're banning the boats and caravans from streets, say next to a cemetery, which really doesn't impact that much, and we're saying you can't park there, you can't park on public land, but you can park legally in front of someone's house on residential streets, we're actually losing the whole motive of what we're trying to discourage here. And this is what I was trying to say before. So is it easier to implement that we try to discourage in front of homes and leave the spaces that really don't impact in any way?
The opposite of the intent.
Can that be possible? Is it just, as Councillor Luxford was saying, point C really doesn't do much, but it will do a lot if we do it from residential streets. is there anything in the Act that says that we can keep these things off certain size of roads or certain streets that are very impacted by boats and trailers? Is there something we can do? Because, as I said, we've learnt now that in the South Ward especially, boats and trailers are in residential streets and it's really impacting on the lives of everyone who lives there. So is it easier just to put signs up in residential streets and then just let them stay somewhere else?
Councillor Wellington.
Point C does speak to all streets, on streets.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Just to answer that. Councillor.
Answering his own question. Okay, look, yeah, I agree. Councillor Luxford, do you have anything substantively to add to the debate? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to close the debate? No, Councillor Hamilton does not wish to close the debate. We'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We now have notice of motion 21/25 from Councillor Burse investigating a park gym at Ella Reserve. Seconded by Councillor Sid.
The residents of South Ward are excited about the new gym in Purcell Park. They're even more excited about the new gym that's underway in Woomera Reserve. And they've been asking me, when can we get more gyms? We've got a beautiful state-of-the-art children's playground in Ella Reserve. And they've asked me, Bill, why can't we have an outdoor gym next to it? So the whole family can go out and have proper exercise and have a healthy life. So it's a simple motion. It's about family health, getting our community out there, getting our community together, and being healthy and fit. Thank you, and I hope you support this motion.
Councillor Said is the seconder.
Just like to say, they are a great attitude to all wards, and I actually think this will suit that place very well because the new playground is very well attended, so parents will have something to do as well.
Rosenfeld, and then I'll go to D'Souza.
Yeah, fully support and commend Councillor Burst on this action. And I've in first hand and seen people come up to Councillor Burst while we're doing some campaigning on the recent current election and come up and thank them for another gym that's recently started in South Ward. So certainly the people are responding and well done.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sport and physical activity is so important. Anything we can do to assist makes a difference. And this is really good, a good location, because it'll give our Indigenous children an opportunity to come and use the gym. Now, we do have a lot of gyms at the moment in the South Ward, and it's really, really good. The other day I went to the Randwick rugby auction, and I purchased a framed jersey for about the Ella brothers. The Ella brothers made a big difference, and what they did was they set a benchmark for other Indigenous people and Indigenous children to achieve greatness. And I think it's a great location. It's aptly named Ella Reserve, and I think it'll make a big difference. So I fully support this, Mr. Mayor, and I hope Council continues to build gyms of this high calibre to help our young people and our community to physically embrace the activities that exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, do you wish to close the debate? Thank you. Okay, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 22/25, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld for more CCTV cameras at Coral Sea Park.
Okay, but basically there's a bit of feedback to myself and possibly the other Central Ward councillors, especially I remember during the election campaign of there seems to be an increase in antisocial behaviour at Coral Sea Park. Mainly residents that obviously frequent that park quite a lot have been mentioning that. And then recently I wasn't able to attend the last Maroubra Precinct meeting, but I read the minutes, and it was actually raised by, I believe it was a few residents there, about the need for what they said CCTV at Coral Sea Park. But there are actually 2 cameras there currently, but I believe we need more CCTV at the park just to keep the community safe, given the increase in report of antisocial activities in the area.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Burst. Okay, thank Councillor Burst as the seconder.
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
I've got an amendment which I hope I've sent to Mr. Kelly. I have, because my computer's dying. And that is to delete the previous point and request that council increase funding for youth and community support programs. This is the answer. I've had the feedback there from the Bowen School and community in that area. Anything we can do to support more programs to, engage young people in the area in a really positive way, and other community development programs that may be of benefit. The staff do an amazing job down at Lexo, and I'm sure that they will be able to come up with something that would assist all of the community in that area, and so I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you. The seconder of the amendment, seconded Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, do you wish to speak to it? No, it's Gordon.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And yes, I mean, one of the best things we can do to improve the safety and amenity of our parks is to invest in our communities and to make our parks better. I just recall the very first item of my very first meeting, we moved to investigate installation of an outdoor gym at Coral Sea Park. These are the kind of things that improve the amenity of parks. More CCTV, on the other hand, we already have 2 cameras, as Councillor Rosenfeld pointed out, and they do assist, as the advice I've received, is they assist in investigations. But in terms of actually preventing antisocial behaviour, I feel like the benefit in terms of the cost they would require is not something that I would be super happy with as a cost investment. On the other hand, the investment we get from increasing funding for youth and community support services is huge. And I would like to thank Councillor Veach for moving this amendment.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Said.
Through to the General Manager, both motions are actually quite are good, but I didn't think an amendment could be completely different to a motion. It's completely different.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Rosenfeld described this as putting the CCTV for addressing antisocial behaviour, and I can see that the motion from Councillor Veach and Councillor Gordon is one way of addressing antisocial behaviour.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers on the amendment, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Aye. I declare the amendment carried. Division. Okay, there's been a request from a division from Councillor Rosenfeld and Councillor Hay. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. I have Councillor Willington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said and D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? We have Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. I declare the amendment carried, which now becomes the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion? There being no further speakers on the motion, Councillor Rosenfeld, as the mover of the original motion, would you like to close the debate?
Absolutely. I think the residents, especially those at Maroubra Precinct, won't be very happy that one of the Central Ward councillors here has decided to go completely against their wishes. And, they certainly, I'm looking for the next meeting, it's coming up pretty soon, with a new president. And we will, I will certainly be updating them on the fact that try to keep the community safer. We're really spending a lot of money on on the youth and community support programs, which is great, but we just need more cameras. There are two, correct, but they're only on the northeastern side of the park. It's a very large park. I had a good walk around there myself, a bit of a drive around the exterior as well, and it would have been community safer. I'm keen on doing that. I'm disappointed my Central Ward colleagues aren't, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move on to notice of motion 23/25 from Councillor Veitch, motion for the 2025 National General Assembly of Local Government Impacts of PFAS Contamination on Communities and the Environment. Moved Councillor Veitch, seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite late. I won't speak at length. We discussed the PFAS, my other PFAS motion last month, and I was very, very grateful to all of the councillors for your support. PFAS contamination is something that affects communities right across Australia, whether it be on defence lands, from airports, and as we know from the Blue Mountains, from what appeared to be a spill back in the 90s that's affected the water catchment. It's something that's incredibly concerning, and we know that it's having really, really incredibly detrimental impacts on people's health, on communities, and on the environment and the wildlife in these areas. We really need the federal government to step in and look at holistic ways. There is obviously two inquiries. There's a state government inquiry and a Senate inquiry happening at the moment, but because the National General Assembly of Local Government is such an important opportunity for councils, people on the front lines, really working with their communities to debate this and send a strong message to the government. And I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
PFAS is a incredibly important issue, and I commend this motion to the councillors. Please vote in favour. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I take it that you don't wish to reply, Councillor Veitch. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those again? There has been a request for a division from Councillor Hamilton and Burst. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and D'Souza. Sorry, my apologies. Let's do this again. I'm tired. I am tired. I apologise. I'm sorry. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veitch, Luxford, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against, we have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, Burst. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 24/25, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, motion for the 2025 National General Assembly of Local Government funding wage increases for early childhood education and care and residential aged care workers. Moved Councillor Veitch, seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Okay, Councillor Veitch.
Thank you very much. As many councillors would be aware, the federal government introduced a good initiative, which was to allow early childcare centres to apply for grants, including ones operated by local councils, to in effect increase the wages of early childhood education and care workers. And there has been not a grant but another arrangement made to also increase the wages of residential aged care workers through a different mechanism, albeit also with some funding from the federal government, which is very, very welcome. However, at the moment, there is the one for the early childhood care workers, I believe, concludes at the end of this year, and the one for the residential aged care workers concludes in 2026. So because these aren't wage increases that have been part of the aged care one has been increased through an increase in the minimum wage, but the other part of it will lapse, as will the one for the early child care workers if that funding does not continue. So I really hope we can send a strong message. Again, this is a motion for the NGA, that we can send a strong message to the government. There is really serious issues within these sectors because the wages are so incredibly low, and for a range of other issues, it's very, very hard to attract and retain staff. So I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor D'Souza is the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I support this motion because it addresses the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. I've always believed, Mr. Mayor, I've always believed that young people are the future of the world. And if we start with them first, if we educate and develop a sense of tolerance among them, our future, the future of this world, will be in good hands for generations to come. And it's so important that we attract good quality staff to educate our young people, to teach them values, to teach them about morality. We can see how our world is changing at the moment. We need someone who can calibrate people's compass, show them the right way. And when it comes to aged care, being a pharmacist, I spend a lot of my time in aged care looking after some of the most elderly in our community, and they deserve good quality care too. They've done their yards, they've done their hard work, but often when I went there I realised there was very little staff, and some of them weren't even specialised staff. But that's changing, and I commend the councillor for addressing both sides of the spectrum, the beginning and the end. And the best way, the old saying, you know, you give them peanuts and you get monkeys. Now this councillor says pay them the right wage and we'll get quality staff educating our children and giving those who contributed to our country the kind of care they deserve. Thank you, councillor. He has my full support.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 25/25, motion to the 2025 NGA of local government supporting people seeking asylum within our communities.
Thank you very much. I will take this as read. Councillors may or may not be aware that Randwick Council is a member of the Mayoral and now Councillor Task Force supporting people seeking asylum on behalf. It's a group of councillors, and Councillor and former Mayor Cathy Nielsen actually initiated Randwick Council's membership of this group, and so I would like to acknowledge and thank former Mayor Cathy Nielsen, who's very well known to this chamber, for her initiative in signing Randwick to this group. Anyone, whether councillor or mayor, is welcome to join in these online meetings, and this motion has been drafted by that committee, which I would ask council to support. And essentially, for many councils, perhaps not so much Randwick, have many asylum seekers who are struggling to get support services, and in those cases the councils are actually stepping in and trying to provide them with food and shelter and all of the other support services that they require. And it has been a form of cost shifting, and they are calling on the government to provide that vital support for these members of their community and to assist them in granting permanency to these residents who are on temporary visas but have been classified as genuine asylum seekers. So I hope you can support this motion to the conference. Thank you.
Yes. Were you seconding it, Councillor? Or do you have a preference? Well, like Councillor D'Souza can second it. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I thank the event. Sorry, sir. I thank the events team and others who sponsored or helped sponsor a movie called Spit. It was John Spiteri. Anyway, the movie was very empowering. I actually was in tears when I left that theatre when I was interviewed, because it was all about giving refugees opportunities, a chance to better themselves. The man was asked, or was accused of being a queue jumper. The interviewer said, or the police officer, "You're a queue jumper." He said, "I'm not a queue jumper. I just chose to live rather than die." That stuck with me. And when I was interviewed, I was in tears as I quoted that line. The refugees are good people, Mr. Mayor. Not everyone's a queue jumper. There are people that come here, and Councillor Beach, I compliment her on bringing this up. That when they're given opportunities, as in the movie, it became obvious. When they were given the opportunity to go out into the community, the community embraced them. And they actually contributed. They made a difference. Here in Randwick, we boast about a sense of community. Well, if you saw this movie, and if you could relate and see what happens when you give refugees, good, decent people, an opportunity to better themselves. Most refugees that come here, not just for fear or to escape what they're suffering. Many of them come here because they want to give their children opportunities. The same reason my parents came here as migrants. This is a great country. This is a wonderful motion. And yes, communities such as ours should sponsor, should support and encourage that sense of community, especially when it comes to looking after those refugees that come to our country looking for solace and a better place and a safer place to live. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 26/25, notice of motion from Councillor Martin, hot showers for the Coogee Promenade amenities. Councillor Martin, could you please outline your motion? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is as per the business papers.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Martin, please continue.
Thank you. Before perhaps I begin, can I ask a question to the relevant officer? Can you confirm there is already a hot water source in the Coogee amenities block?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that the lifeguards in the first aid room have hot water.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a second question, if I may. Would it be correct to say that this may be a plus for this project, as the council could possibly use the already established connection as a source?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, it's possible. It's positive. I would say that there is a hot water service there, but there would need to be a service investigation to see how we could get a shower or transfer that hot water service to another location on the site.
Thank you. Thanks. You've heard tonight councillors from Mr. Summer earlier giving his reasons how our community would benefit from hot showers. And I thank him once again for attending. He indicated that Coogee is becoming a major swim hub, certainly in Randwick, Sydney, if not nationally. That together with the two major ocean events we hold at Coogee, a huge nippers program, many community groups, plus we can't forget our backpackers. There's a huge number of people using our beaches. He talked about blue bottle stings. If you've ever had one, it's not something you'd forget in a hurry. Have you ever heard the screams of a child at a beach that has been stung? They don't know what's happened to them and they're in pain and very scared. We can go back over the years and talk about the ways to treat these stings, and Mr. Summers already mentioned some of them: vinegar, methylated spirits, sand, ice packs, and even peeing on it. But medical research now indicates that immersion in hot water is the most effective way, as it kills the protein in the venom.
The current treatment for lifeguards and lifesavers is ice packs if you happen to get stung whilst they are on duty. As per my background attached, Coogee one day this summer reported 112 persons stung, so it's a whole lot of ice packs. When blue bottles are around, it's usually more than one person who gets stung at the same time, which makes managing treatment difficult at times. For the public to be able to access hot showers immediately to relieve the pain would be a benefit, enabling the lifeguards and lifesavers to concentrate on keeping people safe in the water. In my opinion, Coogee Beach would have the highest number of daily swimmers in Randwick City. Some early mornings down there are literally hundreds of swimmers. In addition to looking at the first aid benefits, we can also look at the advantages of wellbeing advantages with some examples. Having a hot shower after an early morning swim in the depths of winter before heading to work would be practical. The mother with 3 kids all standing and shivering because they've spent too much time at the beach, it would be a huge relief for her to get them into a hot shower and get them warm again. And then also there's the swimmer who just can't seem to get warm after a swim. Please note this is not groundbreaking. Many other beaches do have hot showers available to the public. Bronte, Mona Vale, Foster, Balmoral, Wollongong, just to name a few. In my motion to Council, I'm asking Council to investigate all possible options, which includes solar energy as well, to be able to supply a hot water to some or the existing showers at Coogee Beach. I hope you support my motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton is the seconder.
I hope everyone does support this motion. I commend Councillor Martin. As a new councillor, she has just outdone herself on the amount of motions she's brought up, trying to help the Coogee residents improve their state, their amenities and the conditions and surrounds of the area. And it's really unfortunate that we've seen political play come in and block some of her efforts. I really hope that this doesn't happen again. This is an investigation only, so the motion is calling for council to take a look at the options, or how it could be possible for hot water to be installed into the public access area. And Councillor Martin already confirmed with the relevant officer that it currently exists in the immediate vicinity. So it couldn't be a big enough stretch that it could be provided as an option for people coming through. And I think that the points that Councillor Martin makes around the safety measures and the blue bottles, they do hurt really a lot. So anything that we could do to help anyone that's stung down the beach, and if anyone was down there, you saw blue bottles were just blanketing the sand this season. So it's a really serious issue that the staff down there have to deal with, and I think anything that we can do to help them deal with it is a good thing. So let's not play any political games and just help our residents out.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Asghari. Sorry, Councillor Asghari. Sorry, before I do that, I actually did have a hand up from Councillor Luxford, and then I will go straight to you. My apologies.
Some questions there. Through to the relevant officer, the hot water in the lifeguards area would be used to treat the blue bottle stings as they are presented to them. I know at Maroubra, at the surf club and the lifeguards, hot water has been used to treat the blue bottle stings since my kids were there, and they haven't been there for 10 years odd. So and they were taken to either to the surf club's hot water or to the lifeguards' hot water. So would that hot water that is already there be providing some first aid at Coogee as well?
Through to the Director of City Services.
thank you through yourself, Mr. Mayor, that the hot water is one of the techniques used by the lifeguard.
Thank you. Is that a question, Councillor Martin?
Can I respond to Councillor Luxford's?
Is it? Yeah, it was through to the relevant officer in relation to it. I will go to Councillor Asghari. Councillor Martin, could you turn off your microphone, please? Thank you. Councillor Asghari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment that I've already sent to Mr. David Kelly. And while I 100% support Caroline Martin's motion, but I think it's better to have it in. I support having hot shower at Coogee Beach, but I believe this access should be extended to beachgoers across LGA or LGA. And I can read the amendment that be replaced with C, and it says request a report to be brought to council exploring the options for installing hot water in existing showers at all beaches and ocean pool amenities in the Randwick LGA, with consideration of incorporating rooftop powered heating when possible. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Martin, do you accept the amendment?
Can I speak before I accept on the amendment?
I mean, if you're seeking to accept it, I'll allow you to. You can give a broad explanation as to why you accept it, and I'll give you broad latitude in relation to it.
Well, I'd submit that that's already there in the motion, is that includes the solar energy, so that's one of them. If we remove C altogether, that removes the sentence include all means to manage access and use, so we need to keep that in. I'm reluctant. My only concern with this is that it's a bit like Councillor Hamilton said before, this all-wide, city-wide thing to get things done. I'm concerned about the costs and council and what it takes council to do all this, to investigate all the beaches. However, I'm happy to accept, if this is all right with with Councillor Asghari, not Constable, that to leave C in, but to install hot water to existing facilities, to all existing Randwick City beaches and ocean pools. So just insert that in C, because I really want to include all means to manage and access use to stay in. So,
yes.
Yeah.
And then taking your line C and adding it to it.
That's right.
Yes.
So line C would be bring back a report detailing the possible options to install hot water to all existing Randwick City beach and ocean pools, and include all means to manage access and use.
Yes. Councillor Asghari, as it is slightly different, it is slightly different in relation to point C. Councillor Martin is saying she would accept yours if she's able to retain her point C and point C there, which would become a D and an E. Would you be okay with that? It's just there. Oh, I understand what you mean. Okay, so what Councillor
I need to call a point of order. I don't think I've ever seen a mayor completely. Well, I mean, Councillor Asghari has her fellow colleagues, and you're sitting here instructing her on what to do, on how to accept the amendment when she's got her colleagues on the floor.
Councillor Martin is trying to say, I don't understand it.
That's okay. You cannot understand it and you can ask the question. But I mean, the mayor should not be sitting here dictating how amendments and combined.
She's trying to clarify it. You're trying to understand it.
Can I speak?
Sorry, Councillor Martin?
What I'm saying is in agreement, so I do accept Councillor Ascari's. All I would say, Councillor Ascari was asking for number C to be taken out altogether. I'm requesting that it stays in, all right, but include all existing Randwick City beaches and ocean pools.
Yes.
All right, and include all means to manage access and use. So it's just including the amendment is Councillor Ascari's into my motion.
Yes.
I think it would be fine if we keep C and add mine as D.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think that's there. So, Councillor Martin, No, Councillor Martin, can I confirm that you are of agreement?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, we now return to the substantive debate on the motion. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, do you wish to close the debate?
If now's the right time to respond to perhaps something that Councillor Lux had said, I can guarantee you the lifeguards do not want anyone in their little room, all right? Often people have blue bottle stings and the lifeguards might be somewhere else. They might be out on a jet ski. They might be out on a board somewhere. And the surf club, particularly at Coogee, is not close. It's a decent walk and you have to have someone. We're talking about the general public that are swimming here in the morning. We've heard from Mr. Summons this morning. He swims and people get out before even the lifeguards are there. So to get to Coogee Surf Club, you need to be a member. So you need to find someone to get in to get to the hot showers. So I'm hoping you'll support this motion. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. There being no further speakers, that's what we're doing. We'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Thank you. Okay, we now move to... Thank you. We now move to NM27. Thank you. Okay, NM27/25. Moved Councillor Said, seconded Councillor Burst. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as I said a few years ago, we've all those who know Malabar Beach well and know that over the years, for whatever reasons, the actual beach has been shrinking. And the more it shrinks, the more you run into these bricks that have been put there when the old South Maroubra, or in those days, the Malabar Surf Life Saving Club, was washed away and it actually ended up in the beach. And as we all know, the past histories of just about everything that was ever demolished, we just dug a big hole and you stickered everything in it. So these bricks have been coming out more and more. What I'm asking for is an investigation about how we can make the beach more accessible for everyone that's there. As you know, we've got the mat down there, and because during COVID, Malabar became one of those, and Little Bay, but especially Malabar, became one of those hidden gems of a beach, and it became very popular. And the more and more people that came eventually found out there was no actual where to stand. Once you went in the water, you had rocks on that, natural rocks, which I'm saying leave them there, but you had this pile of bricks just on that side. You had a narrow piece which was honestly about 3 metres wide, and everyone had to go into that one peak because otherwise you'd be kicking your toes and could be blue ring octopuses, etc. So in some ways I'm not, in the report, I'm not asking that we just dig up all those bricks because I know it probably would be very hard, but to do mitigating factors like either putting extra sand on the beach like there used to be years ago. It's obviously been washed away because it was a time when you could actually walk all the way out. So just looking at all the different ways that now that the beach is very popular, that we just look at ways of maybe taking one section of the bricks away, putting extra sand, we're bringing the sand back off the dunes because it's been pushed up against, it's virtually now right up where the gym is, the gym outdoor gym that I opened a few years ago. So that we just need to find ways that we can actually allow more people there. And it's a great beach for, as we all know, with the Rainbow Swim and we've got the disabled mat, so it's a great beach for lots of different reasons. And unfortunately, again, when the disabled people get the end of the mat, it's just a lot of rocks there and they can't find anywhere to go. So just bring back a report and saying that one way can we make it a lot more accessible.
Councillor Burst is the seconder.
I'd like to commend Councillor Said on this motion. It was quite obvious when the Malabar Magic was on down there that they had to be careful of the channels they had to go out through because of the bricks, and obviously you got your rocks on one side. Luckily, the tide was 3/4 tide, so it was more a high tide than a low tide, so it wasn't too bad, but if it was a low tide, we'd had some problems. So a great motion, and we need to get some things actioned on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. Look, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this motion. I've previously received emails. I understand this has come through the precinct, but I have previously received emails from a resident. They're calling for these. I mean, there are just vast amounts of these rocks, bricks, whatever they are, right up through the beach, and it is really difficult to just kind of make your way to the deeper water from there, particularly at low tide. But like, there's just so many. Like, there's just literally no way this is ever going to happen. And I don't know what the effect on the environment would be there. Like, there's got to be like, you know, just a multitude of small marine creatures who make their home in those rocks. So I don't know how that would be assessed. I would be pretty concerned about stirring up the sediment on the floor of Malabar, given that it was an outfall for, you know, decades and decades, and still a sewage outfall, and still gets a lot of pretty dirty stormwater coming through there. That sediment, there'd just be decades worth of God knows what settled on the floor of that particular bay. And we know we get little turtles and dolphins and different things from time to time, so we don't know what the effect of that would be. I just think, and also there's no way they'll be able to remove all of those rocks and bricks. There's just literally probably hundreds of thousands of them. They won't be able to remove them all, and the next king tide, big storm, massive swell, those rocks will just gradually get washed back in again. So we could end up spending a lot of money doing something that will just go back to the way it was. If they're just proposing to remove a small amount near the actual beach, it won't last for long. So I just think, I understand the intention of Councillor Said is trying to respond to concerns raised by community members, but I don't think this is feasible. I don't think it will last, and it could do more harm than good, so I can't support this motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Said, do you wish to close the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll actually can agree with Councillor Veitch in many ways. That's why, as she said, I'm doing on behalf of the Malabar precinct. They asked me to bring this to council, but I'm willing to accept the judge's decision. If the report comes back and says it's too expensive or it's too hard to do or it's impossible, I'm just willing to pass that on, and we'll move on to something else.
Thank you. Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Veitch would like her name recorded as voting against. I'd like to call from the floor for a procedural motion to extend the meeting for half an hour. And we're going to see if we can do it for half an hour. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Gordon. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, I've got faith in you. Okay, we have NM28/25, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, Day Lane Parking, brackets eastern side. Councillor Hay, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'll move this. What was the amendment? I'll just accept. Councillor Veach mentioned an amendment, which I'll just accept. So if I could move this in a slightly revised form. So, second sentence, it says, and revise with a loading zone. Delete the words, and disabled parking spaces are, and replace that with is.
Okay. Do you still second it? Yep. Excellent. Okay.
Okay, so I'll be quick. Got a bit of a laugh out of possibly the bowling club, who knows who, painting VIP on the road so the president could have a parking space right out front. There's a community service group on Tuesday night Tuesday morning there's a group of disabled people who are wheelchair bound who have a community meeting. There's a driver who wants to have a parking space for the community bus as close to the entrance as possible. This bus is too big to get into the parking lot, but also you're dealing with mobility restricted people, so he'd like to have a disabled parking space right at the front of the centre, or at least we've got an old loading zone there, which I'm not entirely sure serves its purpose, but perhaps it had a much better purpose in the days of the bowling club, but I'm not certain that it's needed exactly the same way now. If we could just get a good mix of parking for those people on Tuesday mornings, and I urge everyone to support this motion.
Thank you. Okay, it's actually Councillor Hamilton as the seconder. Councillor Veach. She did get in first. Councillor Veach.
Yeah, I'm very happy to support this with the removal of to keep the disability parking spot that's there at the moment. I am aware of the issue with the bus and the group that goes there on Tuesdays. So if there was some way of accommodating that on the day that it's used, that would be really helpful. So I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, and I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. We now move to NM 29/25, notice of motion from Councillor Gordon, no net loss provisions for housing development. Moved Councillor Gordon, seconded Councillor Magna. Councillor Veach. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, recent reporting has uncovered a pretty problematic development pattern in very high desirability areas, desirable to wealthy investors in Eastern Sydney, where you get old affordable apartments and you replace them with luxury housing that has fewer, often whole floor units. So in Bellevue Hill, Cooper Park, a DA was approved to reduce 8 units to 3. In Potts Point, they took 20 down to 5 whole floor units. In Tamarama, they're taking 4 units down to a single house. In Bronte, there's a proposal to turn 23 units down to 9 units. And so this trend is clearly heading south. And it's now right up against our northern border. So Randwick does have a lot of historic, relatively affordable housing stock around Coogee and Maroubra Beach. And of course, due to the proximity to the beach, these are really highly sought after parcels of land. And so I think it's really only a matter of time before developers get their eye on those relatively affordable apartment blocks and start wanting to reduce the number of units in them to make quote unquote luxury housing. So obviously this trend is really bad for housing affordability. It works contrary to all our goals regarding housing supply and accessing to the market, and it also reduces housing diversity. It's really important to have old buildings because they tend to be cheaper for people trying to get into the market. And so this proposal really would not change the built form of an area at all. It would simply protect the old affordable housing that we have in those areas before it's too late. I just want to get ahead of that and just seek a report on a planning proposal that would look at ways to stop this. And I understand that Woollahra, Waverley and City of Sydney have all made sort of similar resolutions in favour of no net loss provision, so I hope we can agree to do the same. Thank you.
Councillor Veach is the second.
Yeah, I rise to support this motion. Other similar motions have been put in other LGAs as well, and in response to what Councillor Gordon has identified as a growing problem, and that is most certainly threatening housing capacity in the Randwick LGA as well. We need to ensure that some of these more affordable older blocks are kept that way. And not reduced in size, in overall dwelling size. for these luxury apartments that we are seeing cropping up around the Waverley LGA through Bondi and other places like that. So it is something we need to be aware of, and this is a good motion that will address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna? Thank you. There being no further speakers, I take it you don't wish to reply? Okay. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM30/25, Notice of Motion from Councillor Said, Mitigating Jet Ski Issues, seconded by Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take it it's all been read, but back in 2021, as Mayor, we tried, as again, the Malabar precinct, we targeted Malabar, and we tried to do sections and zones of speeds, etc. Unfortunately, Maritime weren't coming to the party, but it's all coming back again. And I note that Bayside Council is also on their side of the bay, is working in with Maritime to install new and improved cameras that can, and why we need these cameras, and let Maritime actually pay for them, especially down at the wharf, because that wharf is proving very popular and kids are jumping off it, which is fun. But the only problem is that jet skis are coming up right up next to it, and they're coming in at about 10 knots, and it's getting to be very dangerous. They're coming around Frenchman's Bay. There's also a lot of people who snorkel around Yarra Bay, and it's been known, and I was sent a couple of pictures this afternoon where there's about 5 jet skis zooming around a couple of snorkelers down near the suction down at Yarra Bay. It's getting worse and worse. So I'm not trying to ban jet skis, but we do need to mitigate them. And that's why we need to work in with Maritime, and we need to work in with our local precincts and our residents, as we always do when we bring these solutions, try to bring some solutions to council. So I really do need if council officers can reinvigorate the discussions we were having 4 or 5 years ago, and if there's anything at all that we can do to slow down by either signage, education, or by cameras, and with the help of police and the Maritime, that we can actually slow down jet skis, make them less noisy, and actually keep them away from our beaches. And there is a no-go zone of about 200 metres, and we really do need that to be enforced. So all I ask is that we can just talk to the authorities and get something done.
Councillor Burst is the seconder.
I too have seen similar actions out at Yarra Bay and Frenchman's Bay. There is exclusion zones, there's clear markers out there, areas where jet skis can come and can't go to. So it's obviously a problem of compliance by Maritime. So obviously having CCTV cameras and a greater discussion with Maritime Police to try and get more surveillance is important, because I was only having some swims last week and they were coming pretty close into Yarra Bay, and I'm thinking, I hope there's nobody swimming out more than 20 metres from the shoreline, because their head's going to be chopped off. It was not, and they were going pretty quick. So just 2 or 3 on there going crazy. So they're well inside the buoys. So our problem is, how do you photograph those people? So you really need Maritime on jet skis themselves, so they can chase them and catch them and find them and do that. So,
Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I fully agree with the other ward councillors. It's a safety issue. We need to address it. We need to address it very quickly now that this wharf is built. But I'd like to ask a question to the relevant officer or officers. Our powers surely are very limited when it comes to addressing this problem, isn't it? I mean,
Through to the relevant officer.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, yeah, this would be an advocacy role, just seeking to meet. I do know we have recently met with Maritime on this particular matter, but based on council resolution, we can meet them again.
yes, I was made aware of it because I did take this matter up with council, because the residents were complaining, and they were worried about their safety. And now with this wharf there, it's really a magnet for swimmers, divers, or people enjoying fishermen and women. They're all there enjoying it. And yes, jet skis are becoming more and more of a problem, but I was made aware that once something goes in the water, it is not really, we have little power to control it. It becomes an RMS issue. So in saying that, so how would we go about getting this motion, or would we need, I guess, investigate ways? It says mitigating action, but to mitigate you need to investigate first, surely, to the relevant officer, and I'll leave it at that.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I'd just take this motion. Should council proceed, would us to sit down with the relevant authorities, albeit Transport for New South Wales or Maritime, to see how if there's an appetite for the devices or cameras to be installed. I do note that there is new signage going into the Frenchman's Bay Yarra area that does allude to the restrictions and controls around the use of motorised vessels, but other than that, we would sit down and see what's possible with them.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Sett, do you wish to close the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank the council officers for actually agreeing with what's happening and trying to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 31/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna, Community Batteries Feasibility Study. Moved Councillor Magna, seconded by Councillor Veitch.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Community batteries represent a real technological leap in the way that we can power our suburbs. We've seen the explosion of rooftop solar, but there are some, and there are genuine cost savings to be achieved, and I think even those that aren't as committed to rooftop solar for reasons of climate change can see the compelling business case and the benefits that come from solar power generation on the rooftop. But there are those people that are left behind that don't have access to rooftop solar, and community batteries will not only deliver cost savings for them and cost savings for people that have rooftop solar, they'll also, thirdly, address pressure on the grid as more and more people get rooftop solar and pump that energy back onto the grid. The grid is actually facing pressure that can be alleviated by having power sources by way of community batteries in the suburbs in close proximity to where the power is generated. So the technology is well proven. There is funding that is available from the federal government. Our neighbour councils have taken steps in this direction. It just really makes common sense, and I think that we will all benefit from an investigation into these options to bring back to the council, and we can also be at the forefront of this technological renewable energy revolution that will benefit our community. So I urge fellow councillors to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch is a seconder.
Thank you, and I have a small amendment which I've flagged with the mover and sent through to Mr. Kelly. And that's just to add a dot point, noting some previous reports and just ensuring that residents who rent and live in apartments are able to be included in the proposal. I think this is really important because the community battery would be a boon to our residents in our area. But at the moment, it's actually impossible for people who rent or live in apartments to access on-site renewables such as solar panels or batteries. And we are engaging with UNSW on a project to try and address that, but that will take probably quite some time before that we even get to see the results of that study. It might be a few years, or if not longer. So this could provide a really good solution, and I hope there is some way that people who don't own, who are not fortunate enough to own a standalone home, are able to be included. Thank you.
Do you accept the amendment, Councillor Magna? Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Just like to speak. I actually was most interested in what the councillors brought up, and I did take it up with the council and its officers. And this was a recent reply I got. Randwick Council staff will be looking into the next round of funding just announced by RENA for community batteries to see if there may be any suitable opportunities. It goes on to say, regarding what councillor and others have put for local power sharing and storage of electricity grid, I would like to share that this is difficult for council to assist with these types of battery arrangements, as they rely heavily on Ausgrid because they control the poles and wires. Ausgrid themselves are leading a few trials in the space, which you can read more about, and it gives you more information about the website. I'm happy to share it with others. But so our council is working to get more funding, but Ausgrid is really taking control of this and leading the way. But I think it's a wonderful idea. It just may not be feasible at the moment, but in saying that, I think it'll make a big difference to those most needy in our community that don't have rooftop solar and the same opportunities the rest of us have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to reply? Councillor Magna, do you wish to reply? Thank you. Okay. There being no further speakers, and I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 32/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna. Motion for the 2025 National General Assembly of Local Government Coastal Adaptation Fund for Climate Resilience.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The coastline is an important part of Randwick's identity, but coastal damage as a result of weather events is increasing. We've got from Clovelly to Coogee, Maroubra, Malabar. Our infrastructure faces new threats from increasing intensification of storms, and we are the tier of government that is closest to these impacts. We bear the costs, but we lack the resources to properly protect our community. So this motion is an attempt to marshal all local councils to rally behind the establishment of a coastal adaptation fund and recognise the significance of the challenge facing local government. And I think that Randwick is well placed to make a positive contribution in that debate.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I actually saw Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Asghari?
No, I reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Councillor D'Souza, do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to thank Councillor Magna for bringing this to council. I mean, there's been a couple of issues. A lot of councils across up and down the state have built seawalls to prevent coastal erosion, and this is quite. Byron Council, on the other hand, has had a policy of managed retreat or planned retreat, allowing coastal erosion to happen. And I'd like to thank him for criticising that approach and wanting the sit back and let it happen approach to coastal erosion should not happen. And I very much like to thank him for wanting active impact in Byron Bay Council. This is why it's good that it's going to the National Government Assembly as well. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, Councillor Burst.
Just a couple of questions. Don't we have SS Rock? Don't they look at these issues? And don't we have the coastal councils that do this? So aren't we already doing this? So why would we need this notice of motion anyway?
Is that a question to the mover or a question to the staff?
Probably a question to the relevant officer.
Question to the relevant officer. question to either the General Manager or the Director of City Services. Councillor Burst, could you please sit down?
Thank you. Yes, we do, Councillor Burst. We have the Sydney Coastal Councils and the Rock that both do this advocacy for all those councils.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Do you wish to continue your remarks?
So why would we put forward a motion if we're already doing it?
Because he's a chair.
Is that a question to the mover? Is that a rhetorical question? Is that a question to the relevant officer?
Council of the mover, yeah. Like, why would you do it when we're already doing it?
Through to the mover of the motion.
This is a resolution to take to the local government conference, and as far as I'm aware, we are well placed to be a part of the discussion and lead the debate at that conference about how local governments can respond to climate adaptation as a result of increasing weather events. As a coastal council that has a number of facilities and resources that are adversely impacted. Thank you for your question.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Well, all those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 33/25, Notice of Motion from Councillor Magna, submission to the New South Wales Government's review of the Companion Animals Act 1998. Moved Councillor Magna. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by, I actually saw Councillor Luxford. Seconded Councillor Luxford. No? Okay. Councillor Wellington. Councillor Magna.
48% of Randwick households own a pet. That's actually increased by more than 15% just in the last 5 years. Pets, both cats and animals. The Companion Animals Act has been in place for over 20 years. There's been, without any meaningful change throughout that time, there's been significant cultural changes. There's been significant growth in the number of people that have companion animals. There is technological developments in relation to microchipping, and yet the legislation has stood still. Our council, I believe, is very well served by our council rangers. I think we've got one of the best council rangers. He's very well informed. In all of my interactions with him, he has impressed upon me that we have a large responsibility as under the Companion Animals Act and as local governments do, and we have an opportunity here that has only come up once in the last 20 years to be a part of the discussion. This resolution is merely asking for us to take a leadership role, contributing to the legislative review, help shape state policy in a way that works for us as the level of government that's got responsibility for the administration of the Companion Animals Act, and bring it back to this council so that we can all be informed about our voice, and so that we're well placed to be able to inform our constituents about what the best solutions are to both cats, dogs and other companion animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
I'd just like to support Councillor Magna's remarks and to say that as a WIRES volunteer, I'm very aware of the impact that companion animals, particularly cats, can have on wildlife. It's very significant, and if there's any way that we can balance the needs of pet owners and the very, very important responsibility that we have to reduce the impact of cats' natural hunting habits, then we really should seek to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Asghari, then Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really like to support this motion because I get emails from the people, residents in our LGA, complaining especially about the cats and the surrounding neighbors. They are really concerned with the a lot of problems that some house, for example, have 20 to 25 cats. So it's good if we can have renew all the policies and can deal with it easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
And a question to the relevant officer. In the submission in point C, do you envisage that there's a lot of confusion, that the question revolves around when you say companion animals, dogs. Do you think in the submission, people don't know if a dog attacks a dog, is it a council's responsibility? If a dog attacks a human, is it a police responsibility? When does the state get involved? When does the council get involved? Can that all be spelled out in sort of simple terms? Because I don't think many residents, probably even a few of us here today, actually know the actual ins and outs of what happens with dogs off leash, which dogs are banned, such as pit bulls or whatever, etc., etc.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Apologies.
I will forgive you, Mr. Clark.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I can pass that feedback on to the Manager of Ranger Services. I can advise Council that today the Manager of Ranger Services did attend a conference with Office of Local Government on the companion animal reform, so we're well versed to provide a response in this regard.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna, do you wish to close the debate?
Very briefly, I've got a great deal of confidence that we are well placed to make a sensible, balanced contribution to a lot of these challenges that and questions that we do get, and I think the contributions that are being made in support of this resolution.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Aye. I declare that carried. Thank you. Before I move to the next notice of motion, it appears that I have been overly optimistic. I heard a procedural motion from Councillor Burst for an additional half an hour. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thanks, everyone. Let's get this over and done with. The Coogee Beach has underground power lines and smart poles. We will soon be discussing doing the same thing to the spot in the next meeting as part of the draft budget. It's the modern thing that we're doing to modernise and revolutionise our main cities. So if Coogee Beach is first, the spot is second, Randwick Junction should be third, or at least, well, let's see how we vote. And I understand there's an amendment that someone wants to put on.
What I would suggest is Councillor Hay, just for a minute, Councillor Hay, you move your motion, I'll go to the seconder, I'll then go to all other speakers, at which point you'll have the ability to accept or reject. Councillor Hay, would you like to continue talking, or you're finished?
I'm finished.
Thank you. Councillor Martin as the seconder?
I reserve my right on that.
Thank you. Councillor Ward.
Propose the amendment to add point B that David should have this, I think, that Council receive a report outlining the currently provided resourcing status, planning and intended time frame for completion of the undergrounding of power lines already resolved by Council.
Thank you.
I accept.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I take it that you don't wish to reply to yourself, Councillor Hay? Excellent. There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you very much. We now move to the rescission motion. NR1/25, notice of motion submitted by Councillors Wellington, Magna and Veach. Can I please have a mover and a seconder of the rescission motion?
Moved.
Moved Councillor Magna. Seconded Councillor Wellington. Councillor Magna, could you please outline why this should be rescinded?
The resolution should be rescinded on the basis of information that I think wasn't entirely known to all members of the council at the time that it was passed.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington as the seconder. Thank you. We will now go straight to a vote in relation to it. All those in favour of rescinding the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I declare the rescission carried. There has been a request for a division. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour of the rescission, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Wellington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. We have Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, said, Burst. I declare the rescission carried. Councillor Magna, could you please outline what it is that you're moving?
Moving a resolution that I believe has been sent to Mr. Kelly. And I'll speak to it. It's appropriate that we do mark this significant occasion. One of the unique features that Randwick has to contribute to this anniversary is that it was in fact right here on our doorstep in Centennial Park that Federation was declared. As proud Australians and as proud representatives of our Randwick community, we do have a unique contribution to make to mark this day. So I'm envisaging that with the cooperation of the council officers and in the form of the replacement resolution, we can find an appropriate way to recognise this 125th anniversary by reaching out to the Greater Sydney Parklands to coordinate our efforts in commemorating the event, feature it in Scene magazine, and partner with a local Randwick Historical Society to share and leverage off their breadth of knowledge about this significant event. It should be an opportunity for us to come together as a council and to come together as a community. And so I would urge every member of this council, in light of the rescission motion having been approved, to support this alternative resolution so that we can all unite in recognising this important anniversary coming up.
Thank you very much. I will go to Councillor Wellington. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Wellington as the seconder. I then have a hand up from Councillor Luxford. Then when you have the call, you will have the ability to move an amendment. Councillor Luxford. Sorry, Councillor Wellington.
I'd just like to second the motion and to say that that Randwick Council should indeed recognise the anniversary, but in a appropriate way, using our social media and supporting any other events that might be funded by the state and federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford. You have the call.
Yeah, a question through to the mover. So you're saying there, that we make contact with Greater Sydney Parklands to determine blah blah blah, and if so, consider opportunities to promote their events. So you're saying we don't have an event of our own?
They would be well placed to commemorate this event. The Greater Sydney Parklands, the Rotunda in Centennial Park, the Rotunda in Centennial Park, where Federation was declared, is in fact in the North Ward and is part of the Randwick City Council. And I think that council should leverage off that and combine with that. It would be better, I think, a better recognition of the significant event that we would promote the existing event in the actual location where Federation occurred in our local council area. So yes.
Thank you. Councillor Luxon?
Yes, so essentially you don't want us to have an event of our own in Centennial Park or anywhere else, but we should just tag along to somebody else's event.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'd like to put up an amendment. So, David, what I'd like to actually do is if you've got the original notice of motion, or actually that even the rescission motion has the points A to E.
Despite being criticised for this behaviour, I will briefly allow it.
Mayor, you're not supposed to debate from the chair.
Oh,
Is that one replaces?
Take it off and put A.
you can't put a motion where it's not clear what is being moved.
Is it easier if I just take this over to Dave?
No. Look, to be fair, as fun as that may be, Councillor Burst is attempting to move something.
That's right, something.
Okay, councillors, thank you. We won't be arguing with each other over the chair, over the horseshoe.
Rules are made to be broken.
Councillors, yes.
In the meantime, can I ask a question?
I will allow you to ask a question. Yes.
Yeah, in the initial motion we had last week, it's not guaranteed that there is federal funding. And my question is there a federal a grant that is specifically supporting celebration of 125th anniversary of Federation? Thank you.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Not that we are aware of at this point in time, but we can investigate and take it on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really pushing it here. Okay, Councillor Burst, could you please outline what it is you're moving?
I'm moving that we mark the 125th anniversary of the Federation of Australia.
Councillor Burst, could you turn on your microphone, please?
Well, firstly, we're noting that the January 2026 will mark the 125th anniversary of Federation of Australia. We're going to lead celebrations with the Randwick City Council throughout the month of January as part of the 125th anniversary of Federation of Australia. Requests that the officers make contact with the Greater Sydney Parklands to determine and have any plans to commemorate the 125 years since Federation at Centennial Park, and if so, consider if there are any opportunities to promote the event, just change not their event, promote our event. Investigate and including the overall scene magazine, commemorating that. Make contact with Randwick District, and also if we can add seat funding from state and federal governments. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, just
Thank you.
clarify something.
Yes, question from Councillor D'Souza.
Yeah, just clarification. It's the 1st of January, that's Federation Day, not 26th of January, that's Australia Day. It's very important to get that date right.
There isn't 26th of January
Yeah,
right now.
I could be wrong, but I remember Federation is the 1st
Yes.
of January, and
Yes,
that's what
it
day
surely
we
is. Yes, we
celebrate.
know that.
Because it can be offensive to some people that 26th of January.
Yeah, so Councillor D'Souza, you are correct that January 26th is Australia Day, not the date of Federation. The text as written there does not reference Australia Day, as I can see it.
Well,
So,
it's in January.
no, it's all right. It is in order. Please continue. Okay, Councillor Burst, you finished, or you're seeking to speak to your amendment?
I would like to speak.
Please speak to your amendment,
I'd
then
like
I'll
to speak to
call
your amendment.
Councillor Hamilton.
All right. First, I'll start with I've got an Australian passport, so I'm proud of that passport, and I'm sure everybody here's probably got an Australian passport as well. Federation allowed us to have that passport. If we don't have Federation, we don't have that passport. So to just make it as a byline and just a Facebook post, it's got to be something that's really celebrated. On this Thursday, we're going to have a park party we're going to spend 50k on. So I think when we're all here because of this, and if you look at whether it's state government, federal government, local government, you're all here because of Federation. And if I can quote the Mayor, my favourite events to attend as a Mayor are always our Randwick City Council citizenship ceremonies. Without Federation, we don't have Australian passports. The epicentre of Federation was proclaimed right here in Randwick's LGA at Centennial Park. Next January, we will celebrate 125 years. How did it come about? A little bit of background, maybe a bit of history lessons, if anybody doesn't know. It all came about because before 1901, we had 6 British colonies. The first one was New South Wales. It was formed in 1788. Tasmania and Western Australia were formed in 1825. You had South Australia followed in 1836, Victoria in 1851, and Queensland in 1859. So Australia's Federation, established on the 1st of January 1901, created a system where 6 colonies united to form the Commonwealth of Australia. On the 1st of January 1901, in the early afternoon of New Year's Day, 1901, more than 60,000 people gathered in Centennial Parklands in high hats, dressed in their Sunday best, to witness the proclamation of Commonwealth of Australia. The stone obelisk, or the Federation Stone as we all know it, and all the Sydney High old boys would certainly attest, we had to do runs around Centennial Park. We went past that obelisk and we knew that we're only a quarter of the way through the course when we saw the obelisk. So that obelisk was placed in Centennial Park under the Federation Pavilion, which was the Federation Pavilion back then was a 14-metre high domed structure made of plaster of Paris, but degraded and was removed in 1903. So Federation Stone was then placed on a sandstone pedestal and surrounded by an iron picket fence. It remained there until the new Federation Pavilion was opened in 1988 as part of a bicentennial celebration by the Honourable Bob Hawke, Labor Prime Minister, and the Honourable Barry Unsworth, a Labor Premier of New South Wales. On the 1st of January in 2001, the pavilion was renovated and plaques were added to celebrate the centenary of Federation of Australia. This was opened by the Honourable John Howard, Liberal Prime Minister, and the Honourable Bob Carr, Labor Premier. Bipartisan support between Labor and Liberal parties has been ongoing around Federation and important celebrations and monuments. So as for funding, we can look at grants from state and federal governments. You know, and at the end, if we're proud of being an Australian citizen, proud of your Australian passport, proud of our Australian values, and proud of being an Australian, to downgrade this significant event to a Facebook post and bylines in a magazine would be a disgrace. So I urge councillors to follow this motion, that we make sure that we get proper funding involved, have some big activities in the Randwick LGA, and be proud of being Australians and proud of Federation, because I think that's important. Thank you, and I hope you support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton is the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor Wellington, then Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I hope that everyone does support this. I mean, we need to ensure that we recognise our history, we celebrate it, and what Councillor Bursch just mentioned then is that, you know, these celebrations over the years have always included both of the major parties. This is not something that we need to over-politicise and pull apart. And really what the original motion was doing was, it was downplaying a little bit, to Councillor Luxford's point around, you know, whether we should be leading some celebrations or we should be fronting up and you know, having Randwick banners and Randwick colours and Randwick flags or whatever it might be, to show that we are very happy and very, you know, proud to be heading up or leading some celebrations. Yes, the federal government will do something. Yes, they will most surely have some money that we'll be able to tap into. And after the original motion that Councillor Bursch put forward, we had some discussions and worked out that this was a bit of a sticking point. So Councillor Bursch is doing all he can to alleviate some of that angst that we heard from certain members and put forward something that will address what we're trying to do, and that is that full celebration, and also ensure that Randwick takes a leading role in some of this. It's our LGA. How could we not be more proud that we have the federation that took place, and how can we not be more proud to want to celebrate it? We've just talked about how much history we have in the area with the Anzac Trust and Anzac Parade, and so this is one part. It's a very big part actually in the whole big you know, puzzle of it all, but or the big picture. So this is one part. Why would we celebrate only some aspects of our history and leave some off, or relegate it to another level of government? It's in our LGA. We should lead some celebrations. We have a very impactful and well-equipped, skillful events team. Why can't we just vote to give them something that we will then all be able to stand up as Randwick councillors and say, well, we made that happen, so that's our contribution. It doesn't have to be massive, but it certainly should happen from us, be driven by us, and we should be very proud of that.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
The event that Councillor Bursch referred to at the first moment of federation in Centennial Park would have been attended by people from across Sydney and not an exclusive Randwick event. So I think that if an event of any significance were to be held, it probably would be an opportunity to partner with the surrounding councils and the City of Sydney in order to have an event of some shape and significance in the park at the Rotunda, and
that should be on that day. I think there could be some worth in that.
Thank you. Councillor Veach?
Thank you. I will not be supporting this motion. As Councillor Hamilton said, we can't just pick and choose which aspects of our history we choose to recognise and commemorate. And for a party who actively worked against the voice to Parliament.
Point of order.
I will hear the point of order, but I'd just like you to outline how it is out of the Code of Meeting Practice.
1511D, not speaking to the motion and trying to disparage councillors in this chamber through their allegiance with a political party. That's got nothing to do with us. We can't sit here and just be slandered.
I'm just...
When we're talking about a celebration of an historic event.
So, look, what I will do is I will uphold the point of order and remind all councillors to engage in a polite manner with each other, and ask Councillor Veach to stick to as directly to the motion as she can.
I was just stating a point of fact, actually. So if they consider that slander, that's fine with me.
Point of order. Councillor Veach needs to apologise and retract that she is proud of her comments to slander people in this room. That's exactly what she said. I'm happy. If that's how you take that, I'm happy with that. So it's not good enough to stand there and say, I will disparage you to your face in this room, and then I won't retract it.
Okay, look, Councillor Hamilton, I don't actually believe that Councillor Veach was intentionally imputing the motives of it. In her subjective view, that may be as it relates to the fact in relation to a behaviour. However, I will give all councillors, and I really just want to emphasise this, to be directly relevant to the motion, and I would suggest, just for the meeting to progress, Councillor Veach to just stay directly to the one, otherwise we'll get bogged down in a particular point in relation to this.
How people voted is a matter of historical record. However, I will get on with it. It is very late. I agree with Councillor Hamilton that we cannot pick and choose which aspects of our history we choose to recognise. And the fact is, this is only recognising one very distinct moment in history while ignoring the truth that much pain is associated with these types of events for First Nations communities. For those people who may have happened to watch Four Corners on Monday night, it was about the Victorian Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And one of the key, and it was horrific to hear some of the testimony of people speaking at that. But one thing that Council may find of interest is that one of the people highlighted in this report was the great-grandson of Alfred Deakin, who would be known to the councillors here as one of the joint architects of Federation along with Edmund Barton. However, what was not known to me was that he was also the architect and the mover of the Half-Caste Act, which he went to great efforts to get through Parliament and which paved the way for the stolen generations. And his great-grandson has gone to has spent many, many years researching the archives. Many of these they showed it was just on little cards in different libraries and parliamentary libraries. To go through the process of this and all the amendments and different bits and pieces that his great-grandfather put through Parliament, and which we know has affected so many people in our community, including people who come and speak and give welcome to countries at council. This is going to be very, very upsetting for them. And so we cannot pick and choose. I don't think it's appropriate that Randwick leads on this. In fact, we actually rescinded that point, so I don't see how we can even include that point in this. It has been rescinded. So I believe, and I would request that that point be removed. That point has been rescinded in any case. We can't include it. So I will not be supporting this motion, and I would urge councillors to respect the First Nations members of our community who will be watching, and I would say, I don't know how they would feel about supporting an event which was led by someone who caused the most devastating pain to generations of First Nations Australians.
I have a hand up from Councillor Gordon. I'll then go to Councillor Magna, then I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Look, I would contend that Councillor Burst's first assertion that if you don't support Randwick leading these celebrations, then you're not a proud Australian, to be manifestly not correct. I am a proud Australian. I am a descendant of the Second Fleet. I stand as a proud Australian alongside people who have come to this country at all points during its history, from the citizenship ceremonies that Councillor Burst and I attend to our first people who have been the custodians of this country for over 65,000 years. And I carry my passport with pride. I also believed the motion moved by Councillor Magna offers us as a council much better flexibility and sensitivity when planning these celebrations. This wording provided allows us to recognise the 125 years we've had since the Federation of Australia in the most cost-effective and meaningful way, and to understand with sensitivities in mind our national identity, our history, and how we move forward as a nation. So, yes, no, I don't support the amendment moved by Councillor Burst.
Thank you. Councillor Hay. Councillor Magna? Councillor Hay. Councillor Hay.
Just quickly, I may have missed it. Did Councillor Magna accept the amendment?
No.
Okay. Okay, so first thing, with regards to Councillor Veach's assertion that we've worked against the voice, that is factually incorrect. We in the Liberal Party, who were on council last term, we did not take a position, and to the extent we did take a position, we wanted both sides of the issue to be put to the public. So saying that we worked against the voice is factually incorrect. Now, with regards to actual federation, I don't think Alfred Deacon's grandson was considered the father of federation. That was Sir Henry Parkes. And the reality is, we had everyone... Yeah, he should. Thank you, Councillor Hay. So, what happened is we celebrated, the eyes of the nation were on Randwick Council in Federation Pavilion on the 1st of January 1901, and they were also on Randwick Council the 1st of January 2001. I myself was actually there. We had the Prime Minister and all 6 state premiers and the Governor General. They signed some documents and they were around the pavilion. Now, the issue, if I could ask Mr. Kelly to scroll up a little bit, the issue with Councillor Magna's motion, we contact Greater Sydney Parklands, well, what happens if Greater Sydney Parklands aren't doing something? That means that we're not going to do anything at all. Councillors, this is our legacy. By all means, we can work with people, but we need to have something in our council, and there are many other councils across this state in Australia who will be doing something to mark 125 years of federation. How will that look if other councils are celebrating 125 years of federation, but Randwick Council isn't, given that it happened right within our boundary? councillors, it's very important that we all work together and we find some celebration. By all means, if Centennial Parklands is doing something big and we get the premier, all the state premiers and the Prime Minister, and there turns out to be a big event planned, by all means we can go along with that. But we need to have the amendment as put by Councillor Burst, because we need to have something, because it will look bad if we don't. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, but before I do any of that, I'm actually going to call for a procedural motion once again. Look, Councillor Burst appears to have greater faith in, well, less faith in his colleagues to be efficient. We'll move it for an extra half an hour. All those moved, Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Before we actually have an amendment in front of us, so before we go to putting the amendment, I'll just allow Councillor Veitch to ask her question.
I did touch on it in the debate, but I just would be through to the relevant officer. I don't see how we can include point B, which was actually rescinded.
Yep, thank you. There is a question as to whether or not the meeting can consider point B, through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the meeting can consider point B because you rescinded that motion, so we actually have no motion on the books right now. And to not allow you to debate something, you've got to negate that twice.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to a vote on the amendment moved Burst Hamilton. There's been a request to go straight to a division. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor Hamilton. Okay, all those in favour of the amendment Burst Hamilton, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst. All those against, we have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veitch, Gordon, Asghari, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. Thank you. We now move to the substantive debate on the motion. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna, do you wish to close the debate?
Very briefly, just to emphasise how
Councillor Magna, could you turn on your radio?
how proud I am to be Australian, and I think everyone here is proud to be Australian. For me, being Australian isn't about where you're from, it's about your values. It's about mateship, it's about collaboration, it's about innovation, it's about embracing diversity. It's about being able to laugh at yourself as well and not take yourself too seriously. This is a serious debate. I think we've had a constructive discussion. I think we are very well placed to celebrate the unique history that took place here within our council boundaries. I think this resolution will appropriately leverage off the connections that we've got with the Greater Sydney Parklands Trust, and it will appropriately use the council's resources to celebrate this really important day, and I hope that it brings us all together in a way that this discussion has tonight. So I commend the motion to you, and I thank everyone for their contributions to the debate.
Thank you very much, councillors. We'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Veitch would like her name voted as recorded as voting against. We now move to the confidential session. Thank you. CO17. Okay, thank you. I now read the outcome of the confidential session. CO17/25 web content hosting services was carried. The recommendation as per the business paper unanimously. There being no further business, can I confirm that there are no petitions? I declare the ordinary council meeting on the originally 25th of March, now the 26th of March, closed.